Hello and a very good morning to you. I'm Richard Kaufman. Warm welcome to Jakarta in Indonesia. It's day one of the Total BWF World Championships 2015. We're at the Isturis in Jakarta, perhaps the world's most famous badminton venue, and this is of our lineup for you here from court one for day one. Starting off with Liao Minchun, Chen Xiao Huan up against Konaturan and Sugiarto in mixed doubles. Men's singles match, then we got the women's doubles, mixed doubles, and maybe today on this court, Tommy Sugiarto, of course, the Indonesian player, seeded number 15, up against Pablo Abian, who's caused some upsets in the past at World Championships. That's, I remember him beating a certain Chen Long in London back in 2011, of course, the defending champion. First up is this mixed doubles affair. And I'm Richard Kaufman. Alongside me bringing you these first few matches from court one is a man who's played in 3 of these World Championships, Denmark's former world #1 player, Jesper Larsen. Jesper, it's a very close match up, really. You look at the world rankings, these two, and you look at the route, maybe a chance in the next round against the winner facing Alan Chun or Se-Ying Sued of Hong Kong, but you can see Shuchen Ma-Jin in this side of the draw. They're obviously going to be the big favourites to come through and make the ladder stages.
I think you're definitely right. All of the pairings that we see here are having a very hard time beating Su and Ma from China, so I think we will see them go through the tournament here.
But obviously our eyes are focused on what is the round of 64. You can see many of the big name players like Shuchen Ma-Jin, they get the day off, a bye through to the round of 32. But well, the carrot's quite big, isn't it, for one of these pairings from Chinese Taipei or India that are going to meet here right now. And of course, being an Olympic qualification year, a lot of world ranking points up for grabs too. Fair to say, a very early start, in case you're wondering. It's only 9 o'clock in the morning here in Jakarta, and so the big crowds, the noise that we'll expect to hear as the week goes on. A bit quiet morning. And this first of our the officials and judges are making their way onto court. A terrific venue, the Isturis Senayan, especially when it is packed to the rafters. 9,000 the capacity. Been some great battles here in the past. Of course, with the Indonesian Open taking place here only as recently in July. It's a venue that first opened for the Asian Games back in the 1960s. You've played here, Jesper, and for these players, okay, it may be early on a Monday, but it's still a special place to be playing badminton.
It is definitely a special place. This is home of badminton, so I think they're all looking forward to this. We definitely are. And I think it's gonna be a little. They're probably a little nervous now when they start off, but it's gonna be exciting to see which one of these pairings go through.
And how does the mindset of the players affect it here? Of course, everyone knows about the incredible noise that you have in a stadium. So World Championships is a big occasion, and the fact that it is as sparse as it is right now, is that difficult maybe to handle?
I don't think so. I think these players know that this is Monday morning, 9 o'clock, so they probably don't expect a big crowd in here. So I think this is usually how it is when you play a first round in a mixed doubles, so I don't think it's very surprising.
Gerard Arsenault from Canada, the umpire here going through the preliminaries. So the players go through their usual warm-ups as we run through well, the perspectives of what may happen. Of course, being the first round, you get some lopsided matches, don't you, Jesper? But this isn't one of them. This looks a pretty evenly contest between these two pairs?
I think so. From India has been playing with the double out. Before they were playing with Kona more in the front and more like a men's double.
But this is the pair from Chinese Taipei, ranked 48th in the world. Liao Minchun, Chen Xiaohuan. They've been together as a pair quite a long time. Best this year, as you can see, in their win-loss ratio of -5 to 8, but they did reach the quarterfinals recently at the Canada Open. But a lot of first-round exits, US Open, Singapore Open, Malaysian Masters, to name a few. But not their first World Championships together. In fact, it's their third time. In the previous two occasions, they have made it round to the second round. As you were mentioning, this Indian pair, there's Nsiki Reddy, who is, well, the junior partner. She turns 22 next week. As you can see, ranked 53, but that's not bad considering they've only been together 7 months. A couple of wins under.
Yeah, they will probably get a little higher the next couple of months, especially if they do well here. But it's also a pairing that has struggled a little bit when they play stronger pairs.
As you can see, a much more positive career win-loss ratio. And as I say, the fact that it's 18-11 for career and for this year is because they got together back in January. As you were mentioning, last year, Tarun Kono was partnered with Ashwini Ponappa. They got to 26th in the world. There's our umpires I mentioned already, the Canadian Arnaud, and Gilles France is the service judge. Should remind everyone that we've got Hawkeye here, so potential challenges for the player to decisions, as there has been for the last year or so now at these top events, the Super Series and World events. Well, bound to be a few nerves for Nsiki Reddy in terms of World Championship experience. She hasn't got any, but as I mentioned, this pair beat the Koreans of Kim Ki-jung and Kim So-young last year in 3 games. They did go out to Lee Chun-hei and Cha Hoi-hwa in the second round. Of course, it is Hong Kong opponents that await in round 2. I wonder whether they'll get a chance again to face a pair from Hong Kong in the round of 32.
On my right, Chen Xiaohuan, Liao, Chinese Taipei, Nsiki Reddy, and Tarun Kona, India. Chen Yuan to serve to Tarun Kona, Laval, play.
Well, the 2015 World Championships are officially underway, just a little wide from Nsiki Reddy.
Love.
So first point goes on the board for the Chinese Taipei, as does the second.
2 love. Service fault call, service
Well,
over.
that was an early call, wasn't it, from Gilles Carver? Obviously, the referees, the umpires, they all get together before tournaments like this, and obviously there's certain things they're looking for, and obviously I suppose they want to be pretty strict, as it seems already, on not serving too high.
Seems like it. That's probably been the talk of the last meeting, so he's getting ready for the match.
Well, the right idea from the out, just put it wide early stages.
3.
Hard to read too many things, but now the nerves start to give way, don't they? And you can get into the ebb and flow of a match.
4.
They all try to get into the match, but as we see here, there are quite a few mistakes, and so from the beginning, I think they are a little nervous.
And the thing is as well, which, as I mentioned in the build-up to this match, you see a lot of lopsided battles, if you like, you know, a pair or an opponent that's obviously outside the top 50, outside the top 100 of the world rankings. But
Service over.
the fact that there's only 5 places between these pairs
3-5.
in the world rankings, there's a real opportunity both pairs will feel for a chance to make it through.
I think they feel could have been playing a very strong pairings, so this is a good opportunity for both of them.
6-3.
Well, it's the Chinese Taipei pair who are playing in their 3rd World Championships together, who have got off to the more positive start so far.
7.
Yeah, we see a few mistakes from the pair from India. Normally they're quite consistent, so I think they just need to get into the game.
It's worth pointing out as well, I mean, given their world ranking, not that surprising really, at 48 and 53 respectively.
Service over.
Another mistake there, this time
4,
from Chen Xi-Huan.
7.
That there's been a lot of first-round exits from them. I mean, a number, Liao Min, Chen Xiaowan, have, I think, lost 5 or 6 times this year in round 1. And although they've won this Indian pair a couple of tournaments at challenge level when they've stepped it up, they've also time in the first round as well. So it makes it even more important for them to get that good start in this match that, well, we've seen from Liao and Chen here. As I say, that another mistake.
Yeah.
Service over. 5.
It all seems a little tense. I think they also know that this is the World Championships, and it's very important for the Olympic qualifying too. But let's see. I think they're getting into it now. So
in the mixed doubles, Jesper, of course,
6-8.
you're a double specialist yourself, but you can see already there's some good movement, isn't there, at the front of the court from Chen. She's, as you see there, another example of it. She looks pretty sprightly. She's moving from side to side pretty well.
Yeah, she's getting high at the net, and it seems like they have the initiative right now, the Taiwanese pairing. You can also see a little special thing from the India pairing is that every time Kona receives the serve, then he stays in the front, which is quite unusual for mixed doubles. And I think that comes from playing with Papana before, where she liked to get behind him. Yeah, because I mean, she's only a little thing, isn't she? That's really but she's got some power, so she's not afraid to battle from the back of the court.
8-9.
Yeah, 5th World Championship appearance it is for Tarun Kona, who went with the smash that.
Service over.
She was lucky there. I think she mishit it a little bit, but it ended up being a very good shot.
Yeah, no challenge there. There was a questioning look, but I think it was the right call. It was on the line.
I think you're right, yeah.
Interval.
So it's the pair of Liao and Chen who take a fairly fragile interval lead, 11 points to 8. There's no doubt about it. Indian badminton, Jesper's, has been on the rise, hasn't it, steadily over the last half a dozen years, really. World Championship medals now coming about. The expectations are pretty high, not necessarily for this pair that we're watching here, but they're pretty high in general, that they may be able to put maybe more than one medal this week.
Court one,
I think we've seen a change the last 10 years in badminton, where India got back. I think when I started playing badminton, which is a long time ago, we used to see some. The last 10 years, they're coming.
In double, they've struggled most of it. Interesting, they made an appointment for Tan Kim Heng. Is the Malaysians about to join the Indian team, so it's showing that they obviously seen there's a weakness there that needs putting right.
Yeah, they probably need to do something about that, but it seems also like that when they grow up, they play a lot of singles, and then they change over to doubles, and they probably need to start a little earlier with the doubles.
Were you a double?
Yeah, from I was 4.
Well, it's not yet beyond the reach, this opening game for the Indian pair. but it's a nice 5-point gap.
That's a good serve.
10-14.
It's also a little unusual to see a forehand serve. Most of the players nowadays use the backhand serve, but it works well for her.
Service over. 15-10.
No, a little bit of luck.
Service over.
I think she won.
I mean, it's great, isn't it? If you know, you want to get things going, you're first up. But the bad news is, if you lose, you could be out of the World Championships within an hour of the tournament getting underway.
Yeah, it almost hasn't started before you're out. Yeah, that's
13,
true.
15.
And they've probably been training maybe for 6, 7, 8 weeks before this, so they've been looking forward to it, and they are all of them hoping to get into the next round, definitely.
Service over. 16-13.
Well, the gap has narrowed a little, hasn't it? It was 14-8 at one point.
17-13.
It still looks like the parent from Chinese Taipei are in control, and you can also see she asked for a little break here, and maybe just to clear her head.
Umpire said no, though.
Yeah, I think she didn't really need it, and he also.
13.
Well, it looks like she's going to get a break pretty soon anyway. 3 points away from taking the opening game. Make that 2 now for Liao and Tien.
Taiwanese pair has been good at keeping the attack all the time. Every time they can't get into a smash or something, they just stop it at the net and get a new lift.
And 7 game points have arrived for them. And as simple as that, and I suppose pretty apt that it came with an error from Insiki Reddy at the net, really.
21-13.
Few nerves jangling around. Still time for the Indian pair to turn it around, but in the end, a pretty convincing scoreline from Liao Minchun and Chen Xiaohuan. They've taken the opening game by 21 points to 13.
Yeah, one of the things that we haven't talked about yet is that there's actually a lot of wind in this hole, and now the pair from India are getting the wind in the back, and that's really important that they get the attack, because it's hardly a few shots out if they are not getting the offensive.
I have to say, weren't too many rallies, were there? I mean, 11 minutes for that opening game.
Yeah, even the rallies that India wins is then done by mistakes from the Taiwanese pairing. So yeah, but I think they looked pretty much in control all the time, and I'm looking forward to see what the parent from India is going to do about this now.
I mean, you should remember this pair have been together, what, 5 years plus. The Indian pair here, they've been together for 7 months. I mean, I think maybe we saw that in that opening game as well there.
Yeah, you can also, if you look at them, they don't look very confident the way they're walking around. Yeah, they really now.
20 seconds.
I think they need to push Reddy more forward, and she needs to get on top of the net, and then Kona needs to maybe stay a little more in the back and take some responsibility for the game.
Love all. Play.
So first set pretty comfortable for the Chinese Taipei pair of Liao and Chen.
Oh, there she is. Oh, that's nice.
Yeah,
Very nice.
Yeah, very nicely played, little. Good on the racket.
1 love. Service
But as you
over.
can see, ready now, she's trying to play the net. She's trying to get the net, get on top of the net. It's definitely.
Right on the line.
Service over. 2.
That's very good.
Service over.
We
3,
still see
2.
the India pairing a little too defensive, but they're trying now, and it looks better for them.
Service
Smart
over.
play there.
3 all. Four, 3. Service over.
A few mistakes. That also means that they're, of course, opening up for mistakes.
5, 4. Six, 4. Halt. Service over. 5, 6. Six all. Seven, 6.
Well, there's no doubt if we're talking about dominating the net so far, you have to say the Chinese Taipei pair have managed to do that, haven't they, in this match so far?
They definitely have, yeah. It also seems like they know what the India pair is going to do. So every time they play ready to the forehand, they know that she's going cross-court. So they're just waiting for it. Oh, not this time.
Service over. 8, 7.
The Taiwanese pairing has moved forward now. They know that the opponents are not going to lift, so they are standing almost side by side at the net, waiting for the short returns.
Service over. 8, 9.
When Kona is receiving, it would be smart just lifting the shots away if he gets high on the serve, because then they have him in the front, and they can easily play around ready at the net.
9 all.
Oh, that's good. Very good.
10, 9. 7-9 interval.
Well, some hope maybe for this Indian pair then, because Karnaturan and Siki Reddy have an interval lead.
Yeah, I was definitely not right about them not being able to lift from this side. They easily lift, and they had a good defense here. So it seems like the Taiwanese kind of lost their way, and they need to get back in the game now. A little more consistency, I think, is needed.
4 points in a row for Kona and Siki Reddy at the end of that little spell there. So
Court 1, 20 seconds. Court 1, 20 seconds.
positive thoughts, I would think, coming out of this short break.
Service over.
Pity, because that was a good rally, wasn't it?
That was a very good rally and a nice build-up. That had to serve better. She really moved forward now, Reddy, and taking charge of the net. Nice shot. Oh.
There's a challenge here.
Call out.
The ball was called out. The Indian pair thought it was good.
Yeah, we are even sitting long line here, and that was very hard to see.
Call. Challenge unsuccessful.
Well, unfortunately, we never got to see the actual
10, 11.
Hawkeye experience there,
Challenge
but
remaining.
we can hear
10,
from
11, play.
the umpire that it was an unsuccessful challenge.
I think the score is 11 all, isn't it?
11 all?
Yeah.
No. All.
We got there in the end. Nicely placed.
Service over.
Yeah, that's a good mix-up because as you see, they were looking forward to the net, or they were moving forward to the net, because that's usually what she does. So very good mixing up this shot here.
All.
She was there, wasn't she? Just mistimed it. Important part of this second game now.
But I think at the net, Tien knows that if she can challenge Reddy just for 2 or 3 shots, then
13,
she does
12.
make mistakes, and that was one more from the backhand before.
Good opportunity now for Kona maybe to catch this match. Despairing look from Reddy. She's seeing the shot.
14.
She's getting there. She's just not applying it quite, is she?
She knows what she's gonna do, but yeah, still some mistakes sneaking in.
Service over. 15-13. Service over.
That's a little more like it. I think receiving the serves, they've been far too defensive or not attacking it enough. The pairing from India are not serving that well. I think they can get a lot higher on them. So I think we'll see them step forward now.
15 all.
One down.
And up again.
Two up. And that's
in.
in.
Yeah.
That's in. Well, she's challenging it in Sugiarto, but I mean, we both instinctively said that was in.
Challenge.
I think that's inside the line, so she's probably going to be disappointed in that one.
If you watch the replay, she actually celebrates that it's gone out. And I think that maybe out of embarrassment, she was challenging it. See the fist bump and then the look of despair.
16, 15.
It was unsuccessful. As
yeah. Sometimes you also try to show the shots that you think that you won the rally, and in that way then maybe provoke him to call it your way.
And that one is out. And what was a very positive position at 15-13 up, the gain down.
Yeah. I think there was something with the thing that Kona has on his knee, because doing quite well, and then they took the break.
Yeah, nicely picked up, wasn't it?
18,
oh, that was good.
16.
Yeah, I mean, Tien. And there's another, and the finishing line.
Getting for the opportunity to attack.
And there was another one. Points.
20, match point, 16.
They picked up the speed in the end here. They definitely is playing a lot faster now than they were before.
Service over.
That was tight.
17, 20.
Sometimes here you want to, if you're receiving the serve, then you want a new shuttle, because then it's hard to serve long.
And that's it.
Game.
The first pair through on day one of the World Championships here in Jakarta. 15 are Liao, Tien, Si-Huan, 21-13, 21-17. There was a brief respite in the Indian game, but in the end,
10-1,
duo from Chinese time group.
I think they had more speed and more power, but I also think that the pair from India, that was definitely a very bad break they took in the middle of the second set. They were just they were leading, and they were doing well, and then they got the Taiwanese pair. They got a small break. They got time to think about what they wanted to do, and that was not good.
Yeah, that little break came at 15-13. 8 of the next 10 points were won by Chen Xiaohuan. Now, no, the round of 32 is Alan Chan and Sei Ying Suet of Hong Kong, the number 16 seeds. But they'll have a chance, won't they?
I think they will. It will be an even match, but I still think the Hong Kong pair will probably win.
Third time through to the round of 32 in the World Championships. 3 World Championships in a row. They haven't got past the second round, Liao and Tien. So will it be third time lucky for them? But they've got the job done here. Some of the from this so Liao and Tien through in the mixed doubles. It's men's singles next. America versus Hong Kong. Howard Hsu taking on Wei Nan. You see women's doubles, mixed doubles, and then another men's singles match come out later. Tommy Sugiarto and Pablo Abian. And it's fair to say, Jesper, whereas the opening match we thought, looking at the world rankings, it could be a tied affair. And I think the second game maybe proved that point a little. These two matches, they seem a little...
Yeah, I think you're definitely right. This is gonna be very difficult for Howard Hsu. Wei Nan is a good player, and I think he'll get through quite easy.
Yeah, not the best of draws for the Americans men's singles players. Howard Hsu here up against Wei Nan, and Sarawat up against Lin Dan.
Yeah, I think Howard here is he's a good player, but he has a hard time when he gets to the Super Series matches, and Wei Nan is a player who's done very well the last couple of months or the last year.
In this side of the draw, Tien, who played so well, didn't he, on home soil very recently at the Open Chinese Taipei, beat the aforementioned Lin Dan, didn't he? Tommy Sugiarto, of course, some local hopes maybe for him.
I think they have, and they will definitely try to help him how the match starts, because he could also win comfortably, but it depends. He might also be a little nervous about playing World Championships in Indonesia.
Yeah, of course, for the Indonesian players, there's an expectation, the crowd can work for you. Of course they can, but they can also sometimes weigh heavily on your shoulders.
It can. Badminton is probably the biggest sport in Indonesia, and that puts a lot of pressure on the players, and the organizers has been waiting for this event to come to Indonesia for a long time, and they seem ready, and of course that would also put a little pressure on the players. But I think when if they get through to the further tournament quarterfinals, and so I think the crowd would definitely help them a lot.
25 years since this arena hosted a World Championships. To give you an idea, 1989. It was the 6th edition of the World Championships. Lee Yongbo was among the winners in the men's doubles, as was Park Ju-bong, who's of course now the head coach of Japan. He won in the mixed doubles. And so much so, it was even before your time, wasn't it, Jesper?
That was before my time, yes, yes. I remember as a kid looking at these two guys. They were playing well.
Certainly before these guys' time, although Wei Nan at 31 years old, he might remember it. He would have been years old then. So Howard Hsu up against Wei Nan, never met before, and the winner takes on Pablo Abian or Tommy Sugiarto. 65th in the world right now, Howard Hsu. One of his most recent outings was at the Pan Am Games, the Pan American Games in July. Left to Kevin Corden in that one. You can see it's a pretty even win-loss ratio in 2015. Reached the final in an event in Brazil, but then lost in a row. China Masters, the US Open. Things have improved. July made the quarterfinals at the White Knights event in Russia.
Yeah, I think when you look at his win-lose record, it also shows that the wins that he has is in smaller tournaments and not like the World Championships.
Well, this man's a good form semi-finalist at the Open Chinese Taipei last month. Lost to Chen Long. Also made the semis at the China Masters, beaten by another Chinese player, Wang Zhengming. So he has had some first-round exits, but there's enough there to suggest he's one of those players, Wei Nan, that looks on his day when he's playing really, really well, almost unstoppable at times, but maybe not quite as consistent as he would like. Just to tell you, Michael Friedal of Norway is our umpire.
He has a brilliant attack, and when that one works for him, he's very difficult playing against. On the other hand, if his opponent get him out running and working hard for, in the rallies or for his points, then he doesn't like that too much.
They've never met before. Both players have, though, played in the World Championships. Last year, not this man, but a bit of an upset in the seeded Kento Momoto after the Japan performed so well, of course, and win the Thomas Cup. Lost in the last 16 in the end.
Let's start.
Well, the umpire suggested that he's ready, but the players aren't quite yet ready.
Oh, Weinan just shows the umpire who's really deciding what to do on the court.
Who's in charge, eh?
Exactly.
Leave Howard's shoe out there just to...
And that might be Howard's chance in this match, is that Weinan could take a little easy, or hope that this match would be easy.
On my right, Howard
and,
Shoe, USA. And on my left,
maybe can surprise him in the beginning.
Hong Kong, China. Howard Shoe to serve. Love all. Play.
I suppose some expectations on Weinan here. He is, after all, the first badminton medal winner at the Asian Games, won bronze last year. One of those players who can really produce the goods at the top level. Has that a real nonchalance about his badminton, doesn't he?
He does. He has very nice techniques, and as I mentioned earlier, he has a very good attack, especially from his around the head corner. I've actually been coaching against him in Malaysia this year with Hans Christian, and one of the ideas was to, every time you have to lift to him, then you play his forehand corner. He has a very good smash both court and straight, and he can also cut it cross court, so you need to get forward to the net. So you got to be careful there.
Yeah, and quick as a flash, he's just won another point as well.
5-1.
And at the moment, Howard Shoe giving a bit of a run around. Just long. So just remind us, what's the drift doing here, Jesper?
Yeah, don't ask me, please, because I actually thought that the drift was from the side that we are sitting on. So Howard has the drift in his back, but it seems like also in the mixed doubles that all of the lifts that actually went out was on the side that Howard's on now. So
and also from Howard's side, is it a little bit left to right as well?
It could be, yes. I think it will change when the crowd comes in here. Right now, it's hard to say where the drift is.
Fair enough.
6,
Sorry about that.
3.
Honesty is the best policy. Makes it look so easy, doesn't it?
He does, yes, and
7-3.
Howard didn't really get the start that he wanted to. I think what's important here for him is to try to make rallies, make Weinan work hard for the points. But that's he hasn't succeeded in that yet. the rally there. Hitting the tape.
Service over. 5-9.
So now Howard is ready after his serve. Weinheim likes doing this, putting a soft high shot into the net, close to the net, and then trying to attack the next one or get the attack on that one. And in that way, when you serve, you have to move forward very fast.
7-9.
Well, he's in the match now, Howard Shu, at least.
Service over. 10-7. Interval.
So Weinheim very much in charge here early on. 11-7. Well, thanks to a lightning fast start. 5-1 to the good very early on.
Yeah, he's in charge and he takes the attack. That he does it, he needs to change that. And one of the ways to do that is that you can play what we call the middle game. So instead of playing it short to the net, then you push the shots a little bit into the court, and it's more difficult for Weinheim to make these tight net shots and get the lifts. The coach has helped him out here.
(11-7) play.
He shouldn't try and take the fight at the net, because that's not going to happen. He's not winning in that way.
So if that's not the way he's winning, how is he winning?
He should be trying to push the shots a little further into the court at the net game, and then as you saw here also this smash, when he lifts, he should be lifting towards the forehand corner of Weinheim and not the backhand corner. Of course, it's easier said than done. I'm not sure that he quite has the level to beat Weinheim no matter what he does, but the way that he played the last few rallies is definitely not the way.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, it's good to point out, really, while we're watching this match here, that, and we'll see this was pretty close, wasn't it?
And didn't take the challenge.
The top level events, isn't he? Whereas Howard Shu isn't. I mean, he's played some Grand Prix Gold level events, but Weinheim's playing all the Super Series events, isn't he? World ranked number 20.
Yeah, this is just the difference between players in the top 20 and the one below 50.
15-9.
Yeah, Howard Shu 65.
The competition in men's singles is just very tough. It's not that Howard Shu is a bad player at all, but it's just difficult, especially in the US, where you don't have as many opponents to practice against as you have out here in Asia.
Yeah, and he's playing men's doubles I mean, a lot of the guys in singles play men's doubles as well. Howard concentrates on the singles, though.
Well done.
Quite a few players juggles studies in badminton,
16.
and it takes a little while to get your degree when you take some time off from your degree. You try to qualify for the last Olympics. Took some time out there, but was just outside where he needed to be to qualify, and of course that is the goal.
11.
House is to try and get in Olympic frame again, because in America, being from that side of the world, that the opportunities are greater than they are where the competition isn't quite so great, because it's got to be a global thing, hasn't it? Like it is here this week. We've got an Egyptian pair obviously on next in the women's doubles.
12, 16.
Yeah, we see players from different part of the world. There's no doubt that Asia is the dominant part of the world in badminton. But it's nice to see that the Olympics has done that to badminton. That there are more players from around the world, and that means both Africa and South America also. In North America, they have been playing badminton good. I think back 60s, 70s, I think.
And of course, Tony Gunawan, who is part of the coach, he's a former Olympic champion in the last decade or so, isn't he?
Yeah, he's been there for a long time now. He moved there right after he stopped his career. Actually, he continued playing and also got the world champion when he was playing for the US.
14,
Beat me a couple of times.
It's just tightened up a little, hasn't it? I mean, Howard Schuh's on a nice run of points here. Probably played the best badminton he has in the match so far.
Yeah, he's taking charge, attacking a little more.
Well, that's 5 points in a row he's won.
Yeah, that was smart, though.
That was a chance to make it 6 as well. He knows 14. It as well, a little anguished look.
But I still, and he's in control. Can speed this up, gears extra. Always danger, you know. You might give your opponent the chance to get back in the match. Very nice.
Down to 1 point now, the lead.
16, 17.
16-9. Now just 17-16. Really given something for Howard Schuh to fight for here when it looked beyond him this opening game.
Yeah, you can also see the coach from Vainan. He's moved a little forward in the chair,
18,
trying to explain to him that it might not come that easy. As we also said earlier, Howard Schuh is not a bad player, and if Vainan doesn't play up to his best, then he will of course take the chance.
Here's a short lift, dispatched by Schuh.
Service over.
In the beginning and middle of the set, Vainan was getting high at the net, getting the lifts. Now he took out the pace a little bit and is not getting as fast to the net. And this means that Howard is controlling the game, and he's first at the net every time.
Service over.
Still see Vainan is not moving.
19, 17.
And maybe this is also what Howard feels, is that he's actually, now he has the chance, and then he starts making a few mistakes. Oh, that's a nice shot.
Service over. 18,
Some encouragement
19.
on the sidelines, as you'd expect. That's a shame. Game points for Wei Nan.
Service over. 20.
Yeah, Hao
Game
will be
point,
disappointed in that one.
18.
That was not necessary, and that was a good chance.
Service over.
Also starts a rally with playing him in the forehand corner, which
19,
makes a difference.
20.
Might be difficult to see, but it works.
Game.
Well, it was a lot tighter than it looked it might be at one stage, but still Wei Nan
First game won by Wei Nan.
gets the job done as far as the
21-19.
opening game is concerned. 21 points to 19.
Yeah, Howard did well there. He's still, it's still hard. I think he needs to concentrate on the game, and that means that sometimes he will make mistakes because he's playing a little over his normal level. And especially this last shot again is that he just shouldn't play these shots, drop shots at the net, because Weinan will attack him, and that's not the right way. I think what he did in the end of the game was that every time Weinan was attacking, and then he pushed the next shot into the court, and Weinan then started lifting, and Howard could attack that one.
You may have heard in the background that the crowds are starting to arrive. I got distracted just now by a gentleman who's, I assume, dressed as the Garuda, which is the national symbol, isn't it, that bird? Yeah. Starting to get a little taste of what the Stora Senayan's all about.
Yeah, this is what will happen when the Indonesian starts playing here in Senayan, but even also when there are no Indonesians, this crowd is just very special and so much fun to play here in Senayan.
Love all, play. One love.
Well, I'm sure would like to kind of pick up where he left off, but just wonder whether Wei Nan will be a little, well, as I say that, he serves into the net, I was going to say, it'll be a little more.
This was actually what happened in the net, and then the next few rallies, he just kind of disappeared out of the game. He maybe got a little... Oh, there we have it.
2-1. Service over, 2-all.
Seems like the drift is picking up a little bit now. Or maybe that lift was just short, and in that way difficult to make it clear and for Weinan.
Just long from shoot.
Service over. No?
One of the things that can make Weinan a little unsecure is actually his serve. He's not serving too well, and I know that the opponents usually try to put a lot of pressure on his serve.
5-3.
It's a positive start in terms of the scoreline now for Hao Shu, isn't it, to this second game? Okay, Weinan won that point, but 5-4 he leads.
4-5.
Yeah, these shots, the one that he comes to now, he should be lifting straight instead of putting it over there. Oh, that's nice.
5.
A little more speed from Weinan there. It's just, he just needs to get him away from that net. He is so sharp up there, Weinan. That's just not the way to fight him.
8-5.
If he can, when he starts the rally, he should push it into the mid of the court. But it also...
9-5.
In terms of deficit, it's quickly turned into a 9-5.
Over. 6-9.
Still struggling a little bit with that serve.
That was it.
7-9.
Yeah, and that's not a shot that you would think would the draft will pick up and then it will go out. But I don't know. This time it did.
Service over. 10-7. Service over. 8-10. 9-10.
Just wide from Howard Hsu, so way now with the interval lead. Just the way he started this match, you thought he might just blitz through and get through in double quick time, but credit to Howard Hsu, who has remained resilient throughout, but is a game down, 11-9 down, so Weinan still very much in charge.
Yeah. It's, for me, it seems a little bit like Weinan. He's frustrated about his serve. He knows that if he's going to do well in this tournament, he needs to be able to serve well also. And I don't know if that's the thing, maybe tricking him a little bit and making him think, because he definitely has a hard time serving. And if that's not getting better when he is playing single players from the top 20, then that's not going to be him helpful.
Yeah, he needs to play a better level than he is right now, isn't he, if he's going to get to the latter tournament.
Yeah, so there's no doubt that he and not move too much. So I think he has another level in him too.
Nicely dispatched by Hsu there.
Service over. 10-12.
That's a nice shot. Normally he always hits it hard, but when he mixes it up like this, then it's difficult being in the defense.
Service over.
Yeah, that serve is
11,
not
13.
good. That's not even close to the tape. It's like 15 centimeters into the net, and that is very unusual for a player of his level.
Yeah, that's good.
12-13.
Now, we were talking about the drift before, and this, as you also mentioned in the beginning, there is a little drift from the left side, and this means that if you lift cross-court or hit the shuttle cross-court from the right side of the court, then it won't just
14,
fly out like
12.
it normally will, and this one also got stopped by the wind.
Service over. Service over. 15-13.
I don't know, you look at players, Wayne Hand gives that air, doesn't he, of... it's all so easy for me.
Yeah, it looks easy. Now, Howard actually won a rally at the net there. That doesn't happen very often to Einan, that he loses a rally at the net.
Have much to really.
It's over. 16-14.
Just needs a little more consistency, Howard, then he would have a chance of taking this set. But every time he gets close to him, then Howard makes a quite easy mistake.
17-14.
Yeah, some nice shots being Howard shoot.
15-17.
Both Howard Shu's parents are former players from Taiwan. Wei Nan's originally from China.
16-17.
Weinan tried to take a quick point there, but just overplaced it a little bit. He was fast at the net, though.
17-all now. It's been a very tight game throughout, even though it's... I mean, he has saved one of those. Oh, well played.
Yeah, here in this rally we can see the speed that he's got and the level that he has when he's playing 100%. But most of this match he definitely hasn't played 100%.
Oh my call that is from the Norwegian. Just explain what decision has been made there.
Yeah, you can't shuttle on the other side of the net, so this means you have to wasn't when he hit it.
Oh,
that's tight.
I can see why the umpire has given it. I mean, he has to be sure about it. It's really, really tough to see. But on what a point for it to happen. It would have been, well, it's got another game point here, but it would have been one set all.
Yeah, it would have been, but that's mentally strong from Howard, I'd say, to get called by that and then come back and win the next rally.
So 4 game points saved now by Wei Nan. 1, though, you have to say, saved by the umpire's decision. I have to say, looking at the replay, got it just. I mean, very tough to tell.
It is tell, and to defend the umpire, even if it wasn't right, it's so hard to tell. We have the replays in slow motion that we can actually watch. And Howard keeps on coming back.
Service over.
He wants this bad.
Fifth time lucky, maybe. Got a lot of joy playing this one here. This shot down this side of the court.
Service over.
And he also knows that he needs to put it that close because Wainan is just waiting for this shot. It would have been very good if he pushes a little bit into the court this shot. Just how far he could go.
It's almost like he was in shock for the first, 10 minutes of the third game, and
he did.
And that's the point that saw him as the winner in this topsy-turvy match. A real thriller, wasn't it? 21-18 in the final game.
But Howard could, he can be proud of himself. He did a very good match and he fought well. I think tactically he missed a little bit in the end of the set when Wainan came back into the game. But he did well.
Oh, excellent, wasn't it? Really good men's singles match. So confirmation then that Howard Chu, well, after pushing Wainan in the end, comes out second best, and Wainan is through to the second round. But next up, we've got a doubles match. Heather Over and Lauren Smith up against Nadine Ashraf and Mela El Tanane. So women's doubles with the with the winner of this match, knowing they've got a tough proposition to come with Ouyang Wang Xiali awaiting in round 2, but they'd love to be there.
Yeah, that's a tough second round, of course, for any of them. I think last match we tried to predict uneven match. At least I did. Actually going for the same again. The Egyptian pair will have be very difficult for them. And looking at the former results, Alva and Smith will quite comfortable.
Should point out that Edwin Erkering won his match against Dimitro Zavadski as we see the women's doubles players come out. So but here come the English pair leading out. The was on offer first, and then the Egyptian pair following them on. So, the usual preliminaries. And Lauren Smith, Ashraf and Mena Al-Tanani. Olver and Smith, a fairly new partnership. Well, considering the fact that Olver and Smith have only been paired together since last October, up to 21 in the world, suggests that they're a pair that have done pretty well so far. You can see they've had some good results. They beat Raika Kakiwa and Miyuka Maeda at the Indonesia Open in this stadium. Here they were ranked number 6 at the time, so it gives you an idea that the standard of badminton they can play. They've been in 3 finals this year.
They can definitely play well, and that must boost their confidence that it was actually in this hall that they made. I think they've been looking forward to coming back here.
Yeah, ranked 21. The tournament they won was the Finnish Open. That was at the beginning of April. They've also been in the final of the Orleans International and the final of the Austrian Open. They've won twice, also won the Welsh International back in November, so it's been good progress. Obviously, at the Indonesian Open, they lost in the second round, but I mean, you'd suggest that they should have too much for this Egyptian pair, Nadine Ashraf and Mena Al-Tanani, ranked 91 in the world. As you can see, they've only won 2 matches this year. Last time out, lost in the first round of the Russian Open. The best of them, they got to the semi-finals at the Lagos International, but it's pretty much been early exits throughout for them, and both players play singles as well, but they're both ranked outside the top 200 for that. So, I mean, it's going to be a tough task, isn't it, for the Egyptian pair, but great to see a pair from Egypt playing in the World Championships.
Definitely, yeah, it gives some color to it, and yeah, I think these players from Egypt are probably just happy to be here and being part of the World Championships, and maybe trying to qualify from Africa. I think the English pairing is definitely very big.
Australia's Susan Taylor is umpire, and our service judge, as he was in match 1, is Gilles Cavert of France. There's Heather Olver, who's a Commonwealth Games silver medalist.
Ladies and gentlemen,
That was in the mixed doubles.
on my right, Mena Al-Tanani and Ashraf, Egypt. And on my left, Heather Olver and Lauren Smith, England. Mena Al-Tanani serve. To Lauren Smith. Love all. Play.
Well, Heather Olver and Lauren Smith have played in the World Championships in the women's doubles before, but it's a partnership that's only 9 months old. Of course, championship debuts for the Egyptian pair of Ashraf and Al-Tanani. Already a suggestion that there could be a bit of a gulf, but I say that hesitantly after what happened in the last match.
Yeah, I'm also a little careful about predicting anything right now, but still, this one the English pairing, they need to win comfortably in this one, and they also will. You can even just by watching them and the techniques, you can see that there's a big difference between them.
Service over, 3-1.
Yeah, at the moment, both Ashraf and Tanani haven't quite been able to get to the pace of Olver and whatever happens here.
I think that's right, and that's also is definitely the experience. They probably know that no matter which pairing they have, they would meet in the first round. That would be very difficult. So I think they're coming here to have a great experience, and what better place to have that in than the home of badminton in St. Ian.
I should point out Ashraf did play in the World Championships in 2013 at the mixed doubles, but Altanani's never
Service over,
played at this level before. Already a healthy lead for Olver Smith. I mean, if you're Olver and Smith, I mean, I don't want to get ahead of myself here, but suggestions are they're going to come through this pretty comfortably. I mean, what a difference between what they're playing now in terms of the level they need to be to what they need to be when they potentially play Ouyang Wang Siali in the second round.
I think it's impossible to compare, because the difference is just too big in here, and of course the difference between Chinese pairing and Egyptians is that's not easy to make, I'd say.
Yeah, and listen,
11-2 interval.
and I suppose it's not fair to make comparisons really. 11-2 is the lead at the interval. Olver and Smith, and smiles as you'd expect. I mean, Smith has got out the mixed double. Kate Roberts-Shaw was Olver's partner last year in Copenhagen. So it's a new pair. They won the national championships at the start of the year. And as I said, they've had some positive results since coming together last October. And this looks like it's going to be another one. But, you know, if you're the coach of Egypt, you've got to think in terms of points, try and get to double figures first, and you know, just give yourself some mini goals. Is that fair?
I think that would also be the thing that I would do, is try to see, you know, from the beginning of the set, can we reach 10 points, and then maybe, as it is right now, see if they can maybe make 7 or 8 points.
12-2.
But they're under a lot of pressure. It's difficult.
It's 8 points in a row now, won by. Oh.
Service over.
Every little gift helps.
3-14.
That is one of the things for the future of this tournament, for this pairing, is that Olver, like Wanan, has a hard time serving, and she's making a few mistakes every match.
A little clash of rackets there for Olver and Smith, didn't stop them from taking the point though.
No, they're moving well, and both are definitely hard-working girls. They practice hard every day. And I'm not sure about the Egyptians being able to play if they're still in school. And so, but it definitely seems like the English ones are on top here.
18-3.
No, a comeback or a fight back in this one, I'm afraid.
Oh, that's going to be difficult.
19-3. It's pretty reflective of what we've seen. Just wide from Lauren Smith. But I mean, credit to the English pair as well, because they've remained focused, haven't they? And, you know, it's easy to start being distracted and look around, but they've very much kept their eye on the job here.
Yeah, I think that's important when you play someone that you know you're better than, and still getting it over with, getting out of the court, getting ready for the next match.
So game points, 16 of them.
Service over, 5-20.
And there we go.
Game.
Just over 7 minutes of badminton. It's taken for Lauren Smith and Heather Olver to get that opening game. And it's all pretty routine for the pair.
And we can still in the courts, then they're still just happy and making noise.
Confirmation of the scoreline then, 21-5. And yeah, this has been a one-way battle, really. Very lopsided affair, but this is all part of you know, being an Olympic sport, badminton, being a worldwide sport. We want to see players from all over the world. We've had an African player from Uganda make it through just now to the second round of the men's singles, and it's positive to see these Egyptian there and try their best.
Chills.
They would definitely try the best, but it might be possible in 10 years to see Egyptian pair coming through the first round to the second round.
Second game. Love all. Play. Two love.
Just wide.
Service over. A correction.
Yeah,
3 love.
it's 3 love.
Four. Love.
Leave serve.
6 love.
They're maybe not playing to their potential in this, because, you know, the occasion it's easy to, maybe that used to play, and that one's just
7
gone,
love.
unfortunate, and long, I should say.
Yeah, yeah. It's it's difficult knowing what the potential is. I think if they were playing somebody at their own level, they would definitely get much more rallies and so, but the two English girls, they just don't allow them to get into the match at all.
But like that shot there from Nadine Ashraf, you just, you know, it's, I mean, it's you sometimes when you're playing against a level high, you don't want to just get it back, do you? You want to get it back with some purpose, and then you lose the basics sometimes.
Yeah.
Really struggling now in this second game, the Egyptian pair. 9 straight points to start the second game for Olver and Smith. Make that 10. And the feet aren't moving now either.
No. Pressure, so enjoy it and try to move as much as possible, do their best. But right now they just seem a little disappointed that they're not doing better.
11 love.
We saw they're both moving for the same shuttle there together. And I'm afraid it's 11-0, 11 love at the interval.
Yeah, the coach trying to give him some instructions. And the English, they just stayed outside of the court this time. Also hard to do anything positive about 0 lead.
20 seconds.
Well, what are you saying?
Exactly.
20 seconds. Mena. Love, play. Love.
Easy pickings for Heather Olver and Lauren Smith, and well, it's fair to say tomorrow and their second round will be a little bit of a different experience for them, but
14 love.
you can only go out there and beat what's in front of you, and they're doing that very professionally right now.
They definitely do, and I think they decided to try and see if they can win 21-0, which is with this scoring system very difficult. But they definitely keep concentrated and trying to win this as much as possible.
In tennis, they call that a bagel, don't they? That's the zero.
Yeah.
Is there a term in badminton?
An egg.
An egg.
Mm.
Close to doing it.
And they actually had a rally, so that.
Love.
Well, I'm sure they'd like to have enjoyed this World Championship experience a little more. Nadine Ashraf and Mena Al-Tanani.
And
they have a point.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not going to be an egg.
Service over. 19-1.
That'll be match points then.
20, match point 1.
And there you go.
Game.
Well, it's a pretty emphatic and an impressive performance, you have to say, further on. We're not too sure what to make of for Nadine Ashraf and Mana El-Tanani. There's no doubt the tournament's richer for having a women's doubles pair from Egypt, but they were very easily dispatched.
21-15, 21-1.
I think the umpire just said 21-15, 21-1, but I mean, they'd like that to have been the case. 21-5, 21-1 is the final score.
Yeah, that was a very easy win, and as you said, it gives something extra to badminton that we have all of the continents, but the difference here was just too big.
So they're safely through to the second round of the women's doubles. Heather Olver and Lauren Smith. Wu Yang and Wang Xiali will be their opponents in round 2, the number 3 seeds.
Thanks to Richard Kaufmann and Jesper Larsen then. Steen Pedersen and Paul Hand now enjoying your company for the next 3 matches. First up is a mixed first round match from 3/4 of the way down the mixed doubles draw. Opportunity for Kenichi Hayakawa of Japan and Masaki Matsutomo, world ranked 18th team, up against a Swedish pairing, Jonathan Nord and Emily Fabecker, formerly Emily Lennartsson, 29 years old, the Swede. There she is. Her partner is 27 years old. They're ranked 46th in the world, the Swedish duo. And on that basis, one would imagine they've probably got their work cut out against the 18th ranked pair in the world, just undergoing formalities. Yeah. Sweden have gold medaled twice in the mixed doubles. They won the gold in 1980 in mixed doubles. China have swept all the mixed doubles medals in Copenhagen last year, gold, silver and bronze Indeed, China have been the most successful in the World Championships ever since its inception in '77 in Mal. China were the only team they shut out of the 1987, 2010 and 2011. So there's our man, Hayakawa, Kenichi, ranked 18th, 29 years old. They've played in 10 tournaments since their appearance here, well, not here last year, but in the World Championships in Copenhagen in 2014, where they lost in the third round, did this Japanese combination. He's the 6th seed in men's doubles, is Hayakawa as well. That's off his career high. There's his partner, Misaki Matsutomo. She is top seed in the women's doubles. And as a mixed team, they've been as high as 12th in the world. That was back in June of last year, so just prior to the World Championship. She's 23 years old, is Misaki. And of their 10 tournaments since the World Championships, they lost in 6 first rounds, 3 second round postings as well, and also semi-finals of the Asian Championships. Zhang and Zhou in a walkover, and also in the quarterfinals they had a walkover as well. So remarkably, they didn't even need to win a match to make it to the semis of the Asian Champs. Turning our attention now to Jonathan Nord of Sweden. 27 years old. In men's doubles, he's 243rd in the world. He's been as high as 52nd in men's doubles. That was back in June 2013. And they're 5 spots off their career high, this mixed doubles duo. They're ranked 46th. They've been as high as 41 in the world. That was in April, just a few months ago. They had a tournament win. They won the Czech International, these two, last year. Seems a while ago now. 2 quarterfinals since then. And the Austrian Open for the Swedes, and 5 second round appearances and 4 first round losses. There's our Christine Tien in the chair presiding over this one, and there's her service judge, Paul Buffon. So just undergoing the final formalities then out here. So as we know in badminton, the smallest of margins can have the largest of consequences. They're all vying for the podium on Sunday, these players. And gradually players will disperse as we head towards the business end of the tournament. I'm alongside Tien Pedersen. Looking forward to this one commencing, Tien.
Yeah, it's going to be quite an interesting match. Japanese pairing strong players in men's doubles and women's doubles, but hasn't really gotten it together in the mixed. So they'll probably be looking forward to make amends in this tournament.
Ladies and gentlemen, on my right, Jonathan Nord, BWF World. And on my left, Kenichi Hayakawa, Misaki Matsutomo, Japan. Misaki to serve to Jordan. Love ball, play.
Matsutomo from Japan to get us underway then in this mixed first round doubles. Emphatic put away at the net there in this all unseeded encounter. Winners of this match will play opportunity to catch the 4th seeds cold in Louis Chung and Bao Yixin, should they win. Atmosphere out here in the Istora Stadium already. Volume. Oh, great reflexive backhand there from Rebecca. And the longest rally of the match so far.
Yeah, and a very long rally for mixed doubles. Quite a positive rally for the Swedish pair. Able to stand their ground in the defense against the two Japanese players.
All set up with a terrific flick serve then from the Swedish duo. Serving 3-1.
Struck above the waist. Emily Fabrega outside our picture is just questioning the service judge.
2, 3.
Happens quite a lot, that Tien, doesn't it? Wonderful touch on the return. Taking time and space away quickly from the opponents here. Wonderful soft-handed touch.
The tension with the players perhaps saw two very high short services here from both Kenichi Hayakawa and Jonathan North.
Thunderous smash. Hayakawa there, really making his presence felt overhead. Bullying that one. Matches for you today, which vary. 6 men's singles matches, 2 mixed men's doubles and men's doubles, and 3 women's singles. So plenty for badminton fans to gorge on. So very little between these two teams at the moment. Solid start from them both. Scoreboard symmetry then, still early doors.
Jonathan.
The umpire, Jonathan North, saying that he must hold down. He cannot brush away his forehead sweat.
Yep, go to the towel, please, if you will. So locked in at 5-all then. Good start from in this really important first round mixed doubles match. Who's going to get the ascendancy as early as they can? That's what it's all about out here. They've settled well.
Yeah, it's always about, in these first round matches here, it's about sort of feeling the teeth of the opponents and settling in to the court, and both pairs should be satisfied. They haven't really lost anything, so exciting to see who is able to perhaps pull away here in the first game. Oh, did he touch that?
No, swing and a miss. To a mesmerizing rally there. She do well. Matsutomo there just pouncing on the
from Matsutomo net and killing the next one herself. They actually sort of looked a little bit more like they were enjoying themselves and were in total control.
Four of the top 6 seeds in the mixed doubles are Chinese. kind of to be expected. They tend to have a bit of a stranglehold over most of the events. So refreshing last year seeing Caroline Marin win, the Spaniard, the first European for a while to win a gold in Copenhagen.
Yeah, and of course, as with regards to these 4 Chinese seeds, I mean, the Indonesian pair of Tontowi Amat and Liana Natsia will of course be out to try and spell trouble for them here in Istora Senayan, their home court. Oh, there's a challenge.
Kenichi, challenge.
First of the match, then.
Call in.
Players get 2 successful challenges per team per match, of course. Should they win the challenge, it remains at 2. So we've gone upstairs and we're just waiting for the graphic to show us how it landed. Here it is. Does it clip the line? No, it's out by the narrowest of margins.
Challenge successful. Service over. 9-6.
Sorry, that's wrong.
It's out.
What was that? So the score is 7-8.
Yeah. It's out. Service over.
Yeah, a little bit of confusion.
Unsuccessful.
That's it. The scoreboard is now
Service over.
7-8 then.
7-8. 1 challenge remaining.
No, that's wrong. The challenge was successful, and there's 2 challenges left for the Japanese pair.
Well, it's turning into a real hullabaloo. There's some terrific noise and some really excitable Indonesian fans on either side of the arena, really giving it some. It's still early doors out here, only sort of 11:30. But it was very quiet from the off this morning, wasn't it? But really picking up now.
And we can also see that it's it's the beginning of the World Championships for the also have to settle in here to get things right.
Right. Then from Fabica.
10-7.
It's a 3-point lead then. In favour of... What a wonderful finish that one. Like a flash. It's been a well-contested first game, this one. Just open the racket angle a little too much. They're spilling wide with that backhand. So as we head towards the mid-game interval then, it's the Swedes with the 4-point lead. That'll delight them as the coach chats to them. Coach is following their players around assiduously as they do, attending every detail of their preparation. We're staying in the players' hotel, Tien, aren't we? And they're out there all the time. They're in the gym, they're throwing the weights around, they've got the bands out, they're contorting themselves to all sorts of different body positions. They're sort of alongside the pool there on the terrace, working out, getting the footwork patterns correct. Very, very professional, these athletes. Very high level of sports science that's going into badminton. So professional these days. And a terrific, really engaging sport to watch. To the delight of the many Indonesian fans in already. They're in fine voice. They're going to be a little bit hoarse by the end of the day, you would imagine.
Yeah, but if the Indonesians do well, I wouldn't be so sure of that. They have quite a lot of stamina, the Indonesian fans.
Perhaps they'll and everything in the drums just to back them up. Court attendant then just getting rid of any last drops of sweat before we can resume. You're in the company of Steen Pedersen and Paul Hand, enjoying the next 3 matches with you. After this one, we'll be bringing you Tommy Sugiarto of Indonesia and Pablo Abiao of Spain. 15th and 40th ranked players in the world. And another men's singles after that.
11-7, play.
11-7 then to the Swedes here in this first round mixed doubles encounter.
And so far they should be satisfied, Nord and Fabica. Had the pleasure of driving from the airport to the hotel with the Swedish coach, Jonas Hergård, and he felt that it was perhaps a little bit of a tough draw for the Swedes, but then again, also a draw that was some possibilities in, because it was actually possible for them to make a good result should they be able to win this match. And they were going to try to play a clever game and keep control of the match, and so far they've been successful in doing that.
Fabica pointing the finger to her opponent there. That was going out. You'd imagine, though, Tien, with the volume in the stadium, although it's probably not even sort of third full yet, but it's quite hard to hear your partner calling.
Yeah, it can be, and it only becomes harder during the week as the tension increases.
The iconic Istora Stadium here. All the players want to play at this one. The Indonesian Open took place here in July, and the stadium was built for the Asian Games in 1962. Really is the home of badminton.
Oh, very accurate shot there from Jonathan Moore.
13-9.
I thought for a second this was not, just found the line. Good job, lines judge. 4 points between them then. Matsutomo's been very effective, going directly at the body of Emily Fabica.
You can see that every time there's pace injected into the rallies, the Japanese would have a big chance of winning them. The Swedes, they must try to maintain the attack, maintain the control of the rally. Try to play it downwards to the front court.
Very strong overhead, isn't he?
Kenichi Hayakawa.
Swedes put in some good deep clears then, but to no avail in the end. This man having his way is very powerful overhead. Reducing the deficit then to just 2 points now in this opening game. Mixed first round. Tien, you implied at the start that it was all about the Swedes mixing the pace, changing the tempo of the match, right?
Yeah, and perhaps even trying to drag up the tempo of the match. That would definitely be to their advantage. Try to play the mid-court spots in between the two Japanese players on the sidelines, but 4 quick points here. It actually looks to me as if they have at least a gear more to shift it into if they need it.
Yeah, a run of 5 straight points then going against the Swedes here. That'll frustrate them. Communication minimal between them. Japanese duo very much on the up. Oh, another.
That's a good line, but you're right. From this sideline.
A run of 6 points then. Can they pierce the momentum bubble that the Japanese now have?
Oh.
Make that 7. Things reeling away pretty quickly from these two. Ascendancy starting to tell from the higher ranked pair, 18th in the world, the team in black. It's a frustration.
Well played again by Matsutomo, working her way from the backcourt towards the net.
Yeah. At the
force the front court play.
18-14.
3 points away from the first game now then. The Japanese. Rightly, the Swedish coach looking just a little twitchy.
Yeah, they're behind 9-1 in the last 10 rallies. They were leading 13-9 and now it's 18-14, so it's not really looking good.
What do you think they have to do to change it around? Is it anything jumping out at you, Tien?
They have to stick to their original game plan, and they've tried to play a little bit too sharp. We've seen a couple of shots missed narrowly on the lines, and really be alert when Matsutomo is making her moves from the backcourt to the net, because she's creating good things for the Japanese pair.
15-18.
She's been smiling throughout, has Matsutomo, the 23-year-old. Court. Build momentum of their own here. 3 would be delightful from their perspective.
That was 3 easy points given away from Matsutomo here. It seems like they're a little bit on a free ride.
Wanting to change the shot.
I think the shot from Matsutomo just hits the net court.
Again, the power touch, power smash, backed up with some wonderful touch around the net from his partner. I mean that the Japanese duo, first game 21 points to 17 then. Close game, good match to watch so far. Some long, grueling rallies throughout. But you did feel that, as you suggested, Tien, that the Japanese duo just had that extra gear. Confirmation of the score. After 21 minutes then, 21 points to 7. Seemed to be swaying all over the place, that first game, Tien, didn't it? It's, you know, as you say, momentum sort of just kind of getting away from the Swedes, and then the Japanese at the business end of that first game almost handing it back with sort of unforced errors.
Yeah, I think it's better than Emily Fabeke, and Hayakawa is better than Jonathan Nord, so they just needed some guidance from coach Park Jabong in the interval. And,
Court 1, 20 seconds. Court 1, 20 seconds.
Opening match then in the doubles of the total BWF World Championships, 21st day of 7 days, continuing coverage from 9 in the morning till
good courage by Kenichi Hayakawa. Should have picked up by now that the Swedish pair is playing a lot of shots to the front court. Not really keen on lifting, and we can understand why. much better chance of attacking themselves.
Oh, nicely done. Yeah, very alert Fabica there.
3-1.
She read that shot. Matsutomo also trying to keep the shuttle down. Get it below the tape on the front court. Maintain the attack and probably make her way to the net.
Something we haven't spoken about, Steen, is the drift. Is there anything sort of significant in that regard, or is it all very subtle and you haven't noticed much?
We haven't seen a lot of it here in this match. I think pretty much because the Swedish pair is trying to lift, but as the Swedes are playing, it means it's going to sitting behind. A little bit of confusion in the camp. Japanese players, both going the same way. Oh, lucky shot there from Fabica.
That Emily Fabica. I was stuck in the lift with her yesterday. We couldn't get to the floor we wanted to. And she was chuckling away. Anxious moments those couple of days prior. Every warming up, just feeling the venue. And of course, it's marginally different to the practice venue, sort of adjacent to these courts. But they all want time on these courts to get the feel. But now they're all settled down. It's been a good start by both teams. And a pretty compelling watch, frankly. Poor leave from Jonathan Nord there, just getting that one all wrong. So any lead that they seem to get is soon negated by the Japanese players. He's just cast his eyes over to his left. He can't believe the amount of noise that such a small huddle of people are making. Indonesian fans in great beat. To remind you, this is our 4th match of the day. We'll be bringing you 15 matches. Men's singles to follow, so do stay with us for that one. Tommy Sugiarto, the 15th seed from Indonesia, against Pablo Abia of Spain, 40th ranked, the gold medalist in the European Games in Baku in June. It's a really well-engineered Swedes. Trouble is in doubles, of course, you need both players to be playing well simultaneously to really then sort of compound their score.
Yeah,
And it's not quite happened for the Swedes that often, has it? They've had some decent runs, but nothing really that substantial to really trouble the Japanese team.
we can see here that where they
Good
win
lead.
this rally that they have to work a little bit too much to get their points, and especially compared to the opposition, where it seems like when Hayakawa and Matsutomo are in the attack, they are able to score points a bit easier than Nord and Fabeke. So they have to be really, really consistent. Good call there.
8-7.
Going long. The lift.
Still not a lot between them. Second game. It was a close run first game, 21-17. She's been brilliant at times, hasn't she, Matsutomo?
Yeah, it's pretty much who creates the opportunities for the Japanese pair. Very strong at the front court. Very good read of the game. Oh, that's long, I think.
9.
Matsutomo, she'll be delighted to hear it's Martina Hingis. She gets a really good read on the situation very, very early. She's only diminutive in stature, but sees the game so quickly. She's almost a step ahead, as indeed Our Lady was there. Very quick to pounce.
10.
Lovely hand skills as well. Nice feel around the net. Spin away from the Swedes then, trailing 8-11 at the mid-game interval of the second game, and a game down, of course, now, and it seems like the marginal edge in quality in favour of the Japanese duo just starting to sparkle a little bit.
Yeah, exactly. The Swedes, they have to play on a very, very consistent level and be really disciplined in their tactics, and of course that's hard to do all the way through a match. And if they give away just a little bit, especially Matsutomo is there to sort of capitalize on it.
And you feel like these two have
20 seconds. Hot one, 20 seconds.
higher ranked duo of Kenichi Hayakawa and Matsutomo just have several ways of picking the Swedish lock. Just have that little extra all round. He's very powerful overhead and very imposing, and the quality at the front of the court, where Matsutomo is often getting, is second to none as well. So despite some poor results, frankly, this year by their standard, the Japanese duo acquitting themselves very well out here so far.
Jonathan, Emily, please. Jonathan, Emily, please come. Please come. Yeah, it's very noisy, but you please hurry up, okay? Okay? Yeah, receiving. Yeah, you are receiving. Okay.
Just ushering Jonathan Nord to come closer because she can barely be heard. It's going to be a real issue when the 10,000-seater stadium gets packed, you'd imagine.
We had an incident about that during the Indonesia Open Premier Superseries that was played here in this arena 2 months ago, where it actually was impossible for the umpire to hear the service judge call a fault, and the match went on without the fault being noticed. So that was a little bit great save.
Oh, wonderful rally. Jonathan Nord just slapping his thigh in disbelief. They had the upper hand there, but the Japanese just super agile in defense, turning that one around beautifully.
And they have the position they want. Emily Fabrica at the net, and she's actually doing the right thing, but Matsutomo is just too good.
Service over. 9-14.
So reducing the deficit to 5 points now. Then the Swedes in this game. Can they build from here and really
Play.
make a fight back?
And it's one of the positions, scoring-wise, where you perhaps get a little content as a Japanese player having the first game and 5 points up second. So I wouldn't come back out for Norden.
Yeah, Japanese a little frustrated there. No call came. Indeed, it was in from the Swedes. So 2 in a row then for Nord and Fabrica. It's a must-win game, of course, for them. Best of 3. Earns a place in the second round, where Louis Chung and Bao Yixin await the 4th seeds. And must be tough, actually, when you've a bye as a seed, because, of course, you're coming in cold. And these players, the round prior, well, they've played a match, so they're fairly sharp in these kind of conditions, and that, you would imagine, would give them a little bit of an edge from the start.
It will give them an advantage. That's some of the, as they were up early trying to get some extra court time, and important, at least particularly, that you know that you've been as much as possible in the arena before.
Yeah, we will, Steen. Good leave.
Service over. 12,
Still 4 points
16.
adrift. It's long.
13, 16.
So the Swedes very much attempting to launch a comeback here, trying their utmost, straining every sinew along the way. Now only 3 points shy of their opponent. Hayakawa quick to pounce on that one.
And they're much quicker on their feet, the 2 Japanese players. So whenever the Swedish pair is in the defense, they're in big problems.
I guess an interesting question, Steen, is what is the ideal build for a badminton player? Because you see Victor Axelsen, what's he, sort of, you know, almost 2 meters, and then you've got sort of the shorter players, which are very quick around the court, which of course is paramount in badminton. It's an interesting question, isn't it?
Yeah, that's the beauty of the game, that there's so many ways that you can compensate from your sort of body composition. It's not enough to be a strong technical player. It's not enough to be a quick mover. Not enough to be tall. You have to get it all together and find your own playing style that fits exactly you.
Yeah, several spokes to the wheel becoming a good balance for sure. They contort themselves into all sorts of what looks to be uncomfortable body positions, but they are incredibly flexible, and they have to be strong and dynamic and mentally tough as well.
Chance to make a move for Jonathan Norden, Emily Fabrica. Needs to get something going now.
Oh, amazing pounce on that return on it like a flash. Two Swedes were literally frozen to the spot. They didn't see that coming. Experience telling then from the 18th world ranked duo here. And good front running skill.
Nice service from Jonathan Nord. He hasn't been serving that well. That's long.
20, match point, 16.
Indeed, that's 4 match points then. But Hayakawa and Matsutomo here. They only need one. Delight etched on their faces. They're through to round 2. 21-17, 21-16 in no time at all. A very solid performance from these two. So, an emphatic win, you'd have to say. Marginally better in quite a lot of departments.
21-16.
Good solid win.
Exactly such a match that you dream about if you're from Japan. Not in any danger of losing, but still, and you've been in the hole for.
Chung and Bao Yuxin await, and there's just confirmation on the graphic of the winners, Hayakawa and Matsutoma, after 41 minutes through in straight games. Do stay with us. We'll be bringing you men's singles action next. Tommy Sugiarto of Indonesia, the 15th up to the delight of the local fans. And he's up against Pablo Abia of Spain, who's ranked 40th. Stay with us for that one. Sugiarto, son of Ichuk. Wouldn't he love to emulate what his father's done? He was world champion in 1983 in Copenhagen, in, I'm told, one of the best badminton finals ever. He's always been ranked inside the top 20 over the last 12 months. World ranked 13th, 15th seed here. Made semi-finals here in Copenhagen, I should say, in 2014 World Championships. A couple of close games.
Red.
Won 4 matches he did in Copenhagen. Undergoing the coin toss there.
Decide. Are you serve or is it serve? Serve.
Abien electing to serve, Sugiarto electing the end. The man in red, very much the favourite here. Played twice before these two, and they're 1-1 in the head-to-head. We'll get to that in a while. But he's played 12 tournaments, has Sugiarto, since last year's World Championships. 10 wins, 6 losses this year. He's won a tournament, that was the Russia Open, where indeed they played against each other. Abien losing there, 21-17, 21-9 point, judging by the crowd's reaction.
19-13.
Prizes there. It's a wonderful angle smash.
Yeah, fantastic shot.
14-19.
Good defense. Good defense from the backhand side of Pablo Abien, which has been targeted a lot from Tommy Sugiarto.
Demonstrating a lot of, still 5 points adrift though, Abien. The match is 5 or 10 minutes, quite significantly. He's in a very dictatorial position here, just 2 points from the first game.
14-19. 15.
To reduce gap to just between them now, then trailing 15-19. He was getting a little twitchy with that lead, wasn't he? Because he's left 1 or 2 already that have landed in from this end, Abien. Huge point from Sugiarto, and only needs 1 of them. And indeed snatches that in 19 minutes.
16.
21 points to 16 then for Tommy Sugiarto of Indonesia, the 15th seed. A game to the good against the Spaniard Abien. What a close contest this has been. It's been a really intriguing, compelling watch so far. Just confirmation of the score there. Abien had the upper hand all the way through that game and then settled.
He settled in and remembered how he should play in this hall here in this arena, and also in the necessary amount of energy in it, because when you're playing on the opposite side, you have to be in control of the rally. You almost play full court against half court, because it's really, really difficult to play the back court with accuracy. So it's interesting to see if Pablo Abien can do the same, because he needs to work really, really hard now.
20 seconds.
And I would suspect that Tommy Sugiarto would sort of take even more control of this match and win the second game a little bit easier than the first.
Let's see how good Tommy Sugiarto is at front running then. Game to the good after just 20 minutes, 21 points to 16. So So the man in red then,
Second game.
in the ascendancy here, the seed, looking good.
He's starting out well, Pablo. Fantastic rally.
So what a point to win psychologically. That is massive. Laying out a real statement from the off in this start of the second game here. Crowd being treated to some excellent points from both men.
It's really important for Pablo to win the next point here. Psychologically, it means so much that you can actually bounce back after losing such a long rally.
So as he just retrieves the shuttle then from the adjacent.
1 goal.
And it's a serve at 1-1. Winner of this match plays the winner of the Howard Shue Wei Nan match. Wei Nan, I can tell you, that came through that one. A very close match. He was trailing 2-11 to Howard Shue from the USA earlier this morning. That was second match on this court. He won 21-18, did Wei Nan in the end. Well, a look upwards disconsolately as if to say, how did I miss that? To get his opponent in a head.
Not satisfied right now, Pablo Avian. He was folded for illegal service 3 rallies ago.
Hit the shuttle like that.
He hasn't really taken that off. Good shot. Good shot.
Spaniard. Huge moments these for, as you suggested, Pablo Abian needs to really make a run of points here out of desperation, because Sugiarto looking particularly dominant.
Excellent attack from
Greeted with a roar, that one.
Yeah.
3-4.
He knows he's got to claw it back right here. What a point he played, the Spaniard. Now the gouge in the shuttle. Well, this is a real testament to the highest level of fitness of these players in tip-top condition. Almost contest all of the wall of noise from the Sugiarto Indonesian fans.
Sugiarto put it long.
Fabian then goes ahead for the first time in this game.
It's a little bit worrying for Sugiarto that he puts it long on the side where he's supposed to play up against the wind, but it could be that the clear from Pablo Abian.
Again, it's that telling body blow. He needs.
He's leaving the net a little bit for Abian here. Not really challenging. Seems content just lift the shuttle and sort of relying on Tommy Sugiarto. That's well played. Have a little bit of discussion about changing the shuttles and that, and gives the man here in the picture, Pablo Abian, a little bit of a break. That's well played. Very well played. Finds the back line then with that one. And extends his lead. I love the way this man just kind of knows it's going long. He just dismissively follow the shuttle to its landing point. There's a real swagger about the man. Spaniard spills long on the back line. 5 points between them now. That's why it was a little bit puzzle to me why Tommy Sugiarto didn't want to change the shuttle. It should be an advantage for him to play with a totally new shuttle. Much more likely that put it long. Also has a chance of winning the attack with a new shuttle, so that might be the reason for being reluctant to change it.
So the 5-point advantage then in favour of the 15th seed Sugiarto at the interval break. He's done a good job, Tien, with the roll on this back plate.
It's quite a bit easier the near side here because you can hold court without be too careful.
Leave the court.
The umpire has to tell Ernesto Garcia, the Spanish coach, that he has to leave the court. 40 seconds not enough. Got a lot to talk about. Him and Pablo Abian. I think Abian needs to score a couple of points to 3 here in just after the interval in order to close the gap a little bit to Tommy Sugiarto. It's long as well.
Sugiarto's been very frugal in error now, and he's playing some particularly solid, focused points more to the point as well, and looking very dictatorial. Just when Fabian needs to show some sort of real character and attitude here. He still spills long.
And this is the conditions that we saw Tony Sugiarto tackle in a really, really good way in the first game, well, here in the second.
Yeah, he's really struggled from that far end.
So he's choosing shots that are simply no-goes when you play with the wind. And it's looking really, really bleak for the Spanish chances in this match. Good shot there.
Service over. 7-14.
Well, 25 places between 15 respectively. Sugiarto masterful there.
And that's what Pablo Abian again in the next player that has won a match, and he needs to be even sharper. Yeah.
Oh, that's good work from the Spaniard, showing real resolve there.
8-15.
Trying to fight his way back into this one. He's very against it, in that he's playing against the crowd as well. That is the short game of Sugiarto that's been impressive. So accurate with those drops.
16-8.
Overhead and accuracy.
Well played. It's one of the weaknesses of Thomas Sugiarto. His attack here was simply not dangerous enough. Creates trouble for himself.
And Abian getting a little frustrated with himself, sort of gesturing that it seems to be going further and further along in disbelief.
Come to is
Yes, it certainly is a tough place to play, that's for sure. For away,
Service over. 10-17.
And the thing is, it's really hard for your confidence because you actually thought you played really well in the first game and you had a chance of winning it. Inside and the opponent had it in the first game.
And of course, as a consequence of those Spanish shots going way beyond the back line, Sugiarto presumably close quicker, knowing that he's got to keep the shuttlecock down.
And that's what I'd actually like to see him do. Move a little bit closer to the net, take even more control.
And of Abian, who's shown real character here.
11-18.
Still a 7-point advantage to who is now just all for the gold medal podium on Sunday. So far away at the moment. They're just going 1 point at a time. But he has managed his expectation and the crowd very, very well. He stayed focused throughout.
Play.
Just about the first one that he's left that didn't spill long.
18.
Precision hitting then from the Spaniard.
7 match points. He's been the better player in this match.
7 of them. So after 40 minutes then, Tommy's birth 21-16, 21-13. Got his opponent in the headlock early on, took that close first game, and then rode it home very, very well, particularly after the change of ends. And he just seems that little bit more experienced in the Istora here, and judging conditions far better than the Spaniard, Pablo Abian. Of the score then on the graphic, a 40-minute encounter for the Indonesian 15th seed, safely through to round 2. So it's going to be that awaits the winner in round 2. The 20th ranked player in the world had a win over Howard Shu earlier. And we'll be bringing you action from Lee, the 3rd ranked. He'll be up against Min Nguyen of Vietnam. That'll be next up. He's the 34th ranked player in the world. So do stay with us for that one after these highlights. So men's first round action continues. Match of the day, 15 we're bringing you here from Jakarta, the Istora Stadium. This in red from Korea is Lee Dong-hyun. Bottom of the top half of the draw. Next two is Paropali. In
this side. Service.
Near end. 27-year-old. So he's ranked 33 in the world, the man in red from Korea. He's been as high as 21 in the 14. Played 13 tournaments. He won one in the Korean Grand Prix. 4 second-round appearances, Denmark Open, Hong Kong Open, German Open and the Asian Champs, and 8 first-round finishes. So a very mixed year, only really performing well in the Korean Grand Prix. And, 12 tournaments of, yeah, it's okay. His form was okay, but losing sort of first or second round. So his opponent today, Tien Nguyen of Vietnam, age 32. World rank 34, just 1 place below his opponent. He's been as high as 5th in the world back in September 2013, a couple of years ago. Resides in Ho Chi Minh City, the Vietnamese national team since 2000. Only played once before, and it was Lee Dong Chuen who won on that occasion, 21-16 in the deciding game at the All England Open in March 2014. Confirmation of our umpire, Paul Buffen from Denmark. And the other side of the court, the scorer, I'm not even going to pronounce that, the service judge. But they have to have their wits about them, the court officials, because it's a loud, raucous atmosphere. It's a delightful, knowledgeable crowd. Very friendly and happy, these Indonesian. Tien Min, he lost in the 3rd round of the World Championships last year. He's played 9. He was runner-up in Russia, St. Petersburg White Knights, semi-finals in the Vietnam Grand Prix, and he's made 2 second rounds losses as well. So judging by his career, man in blue obviously has a lot of talent. Consistency of results in bigger. He was a bronze medalist in the 2013 World Championships.
First round losses as well, but then again, it's to players like Shrikant, Tien Cho of Taiwan, Chen Long, Dionysius Rumbaka. So it's not bad losses. It's just 5 losses in a row, and that hurts your self-confidence a little bit. And as you say, he's probably past his prime, and I think the bronze medal at the 2013 World Championships was the highlight of his career, and I think he knows with himself that he's not going to repeat that, and that makes it a little bit difficult to sort of muster up the same kind of motivation he would have otherwise. But he's been playing, and he's actually one of the players who can benefit a little bit from playing with the wind, because he doesn't have a big smash, so he'll get a little bit of help from playing with the wind here, and also being one of the fastest, perhaps the fastest player despite his age on the circuit. So he definitely has the speed to cover the court. Something falling down from the roof. It's just some paper. Please. Luckily it was in between their eyes. It's not gone.
Was that thrown onto court, Steve, or was it just dropped, did it?
It dropped from the ceiling.
I thought so, because the fans here seem quite respectful, to be fair. You wouldn't imagine that happening. Always frustrating as a player, isn't it, when you just want to get your campaign underway. Umpire ushering him back. He's missed a couple of drops of sweat or something or other that Tien Nguyen is insisting he moves away. But they're level at 3-all. First game, nothing between them. This Korean-Vietnamese encounter. Men's first round singles we're bringing you from the Astora Stadium. Total BWF World Championships 2015. You're in the company of Steen Pedersen and Paul Hand. Delighted to have you along. Next up, we're going to have Gillian Clark and Jesper Larsen, they'll be taking you through. That's offering.
3-all. Play. Service over. 4-3.
Tien Nguyen shots the left shoulder of Lee. Very hard to defend.
Service over. 4-all.
Still nothing between them. Both hit the ground running out here. Sparkling start from both.
Give us a hint on the side drift, perhaps, that it's coming from left to right. Let's see if we can get any other indications.
6-4. Service over.
Excellent clear
5-6.
from Tien Nguyen within that rally, knocking his opponent Lee off balance.
That's exactly the key to get your opponent off balance, because in these windy conditions, if you're off balance, it's much harder to control the shots, and that's exactly what we saw, that an easy mistake was created from Lee Dong-kyung.
Service over. 7-6.
Just as Nguyen was looking for 3 in a row, it's the lead once again.
Service over.
Says the umpire, or suggests the umpire. Absolutely.
That saved him a challenge, because that was clearly in the way I see it. Let's see here. It's in. So that saved the Korean a challenge. He would have been unsuccessful, but still got 2 left now. No, he's not talking to the referee, he's talking to one of the other Korean coaches. Clearly understood what was going on. Well played.
Just closed that net down so quickly, didn't he there, Nguyen? The fans to the left there, with the inflatable clappers going berserk. They've got the drum out and everything. They're just having a great time. There's only a small pocket of them. But what a noise they're making. It creates a fabulous atmosphere. As that smash just lands right in the corner. From Nguyen. Shuttle ripped apart. Shredded again. Needs replacing. Makes you wonder just how many shuttles they get through in a championship of this quality. Often changing sort of 10, 20 a game.
You can see that
or a match, I should say.
The coach judge has like 8 beside him. Probably difference. Oh, you can't afford to make that mistake on that side of the court. Lee Dong-kyung. Just let the opponent create the points for himself. And another indication that the side drift is left to right. Not that much.
Service over. 9-10.
So a very tightly contested first game between these two.
Service over. 11-9. Interval.
So as they head to the interval then, it's Nguyen with the 2-point advantage, 11 points to 9. After just 8 minutes played, it's been very, very nip and tuck the whole way so far. And miraculously, the noise from the Indonesian fans just to the left there just hasn't stopped. It's been incessant throughout. It must be being paid very phenomenal. Great fun.
Court 1, 20. Court 1, 20 seconds.
It's excellent having these spectators here creating a good atmosphere already from the first matches of this Total World Championship.
Yes, Tommy Sugiarto really igniting them.
11-9.
The lefty, local man from Jakarta, had a win just prior to this, 21-16, 21-13 over Pablo Avia. Now into the 6th match of the day of 15. Nguyen then just starting to accelerate away from Lee Dong of Korea.
Seems like keeping up with the Vietnamese.
You could definitely see the drift there from left to right.
13-9.
That one was only marginally going out from the start as it left the racket of the red-shirted man, and then just look at that, almost hits the outside tram.
And I think it's the last 2 meters. It sort of blows out, because I think it was perfectly directed from the beginning.
Well, as the world rankings suggest, it was always going to be a close contest with just one world ranking spot between them. 33 ranked in red, place 34 ranked in light blue. Wow. Oh, that's a fabulous smash.
15-9.
It's not really looking good for Lee Dong-kyung right now. Lost 4 straight points coming off the interval.
The idea was right, but the execution of the drop,
15.
just clipping the tape.
About to say well left, but I just called it in, and
He thought about challenging, didn't he?
Yeah, I think he took a thought about it, but then again, it's ahead, and he might realise that it was actually quite close. In.
Oh,
Yeah,
yes,
close
you're
in.
absolutely right. Again, the drift pulls it in. And Nguyen, to his credit, the standout feature of his game so far is that the light blue-shirted Nguyen is just incredibly fit. Makes a lot of time around the shuttle because he is so fast and fleet-footed. So here he is, 16-11 to the good then, serving.
There.
Play.
Running away with things a little now, Nguyen, you feel?
Yeah, he's in control. He's in total control. And Lee has trouble keeping up the pace. That's That's well played.
Service over.
Well, Nguyen going for the off
12,
backhand drop shot and getting that
17.
completely wrong. Easy pickings for Lee. And this one here, he gets it wrong. Set it far too high.
Tien.
Easy dispatch.
Tien.
It's so important in this hole to be quick on your feet, because it's really, really difficult to play with high accuracy. And you have to sort of be ready all the time. And you can't really put the pressure on you that they would like to.
Service over. 18-12.
It's funny, the drift, Steen, seems to have almost picked up. It seems very prominent now from left to right as we look down from our commentary position. It didn't seem that way from the start, did it?
If you're not sort of aware of this, then you will make tons of mistakes. We saw Pablo Abian in the second game sort of insisting on trying to find the baseline. I don't think he's found it yet. He's probably searching still somewhere outside the hole. And the same goes for a little bit for Lee Dong-kyung here, insisting on playing to the backhand side of Tien Nguyen. He's pretty unsuccessful.
Oh, just so deceptive off those forehands.
12.
So that brings up 8 game points, and rightly so. He's outperformed Lee so far, playing some sublime badminton. Just that little bit more in touch with conditions. Nguyen.
Game. Lee Dong-kyung challenges. Called in.
A desperate challenge, you feel.
Yeah. What's the best that can happen? As he wins this challenge and still loses the first game. I think he's going to lose the challenge and the game.
Upstairs to a challenge. It's either of it landing on the line or in, indeed, from Nguyen, which will make him seize the first game, 21-12. Let's have a look.
Oh, he's right.
Oh, he is right as well. It's
a good challenge.
Challenge successful.
So we resume.
Service over. 13-20.
So survives one game point then, Lee. Still 7 to avert.
Oh.
Game.
He was thinking of challenging again, wasn't he? But there we are, though.
First game won by Tien Nguyen, 21-13.
Tien Nguyen seals that first game after just 17 minutes of play. 21-13 as they change ends. Looking good then for the Vietnamese player, who had been bronze medalist here in 2013 in Guangzhou in the World Championships. Been as high as top 5. Well, it's going to be really interesting, Steen, isn't it, to see how Lee Dong-kyung fares the other side of the net, frankly, because he's kind of got, as indeed did Pablo Abian, the sort of judgment, you know, his radar was quite off, wasn't it, from this near end. It's going to be interesting to see how he fares from the far end, which you thought might be less favourable.
Yeah, and he needs to try to control the rallies and attack and play the front court. He will have a difficult time playing the back court, and I think that the Tien Nguyen will cancel him.
With Pablo Abian, didn't we?
20 seconds.
Sugiarto, that
Court
far
one,
end is tricky to play.
Seconds.
Any of those clears tending to go long of the back line. Just to remind you, you're watching a first-round men's single. This is our 6th match in wall-to-wall badminton. We started 9 o'clock local, finishing probably around beyond this evening.
Play.
This man, Tien Nguyen, again.
Oh, a nice little deception from Tien Nguyen. Still manages to keep it inside the right sideline. Look at this here at the net. Beautifully disguised.
I bet Lee feels hard done by there, because anything he hit from left to right just spilled wide immediately.
That's well played.
Service over.
Very well played by Lee Dong-kyung. Quality shots there.
On.
Heavy smash from Lee Dong-kyung.
3-1.
He's a powerfully built man, is the red-shirted Korean. Very explosive.
That's difficult.
Service
If he
over.
can set himself up for these powerful smashes, then he has a chance, because they will be a little bit harder than usual, because he gets help from the wind, and difficult to return for Tien Nguyen.
3-all.
But yeah, from the body language, we have to say that the Vietnamese players, the clear favorite here, looks a lot more confident.
Yeah, he just looks that little bit more assured, the light blued shirted Nguyen.
Oh, excellent variation.
4-3.
Well, Lee did well there to almost turn this around, but final smash that was just blasted right at his body. Into the right pocket, as they say.
Lee.
Lee just reminded by the umpire to flick the sweat to the side of the court, please.
4-3.
Oh, very, very lucky for Lee Dong-kyung. Stops on top of the tape before it drops on the side of Tien Nguyen. It's one of the shots that you normally make 1 out of 10 times.
Service over. 5-4. Play.
Fabulous reflexive turnaround on the backhand side then from Nguyen there. Just doing a great job keeping his nose in front out here and keeping his man where he wants him. Lee very much under pressure now.
Not quite what you expect when you fire a good smash away, that the opponent can pick up cross long.
that's a beautiful drop smash from Lee. He was under a lot of pressure there physically. That was a grueling rally, but he controlled the racket head so well.
And very good to move Tien Nguyen from side to side. It's very, very fast forwards and backwards, but side to side he's a little bit more human.
Finish. Clawing this back nicely, but having to work very, very hard.
Excellent rally. Really well played there, and I suppose that's some of the rallies that we're going to see for the remainder of this second game, because we can see that compared to the first game, Tien Nguyen doesn't attack as much from this side as he did from the other side, so he leaves a bit more initiative with Lee Dong-kyun, and so it's up to him to sort of be patient enough to create good chances for himself.
Words of tactical advice from Tien Pedersen alongside Paul Hand, enjoying this one.
Service over.
Another lucky net court for Lee Dong-kyun.
Oh, fabulous. And as you said, Steen, so aptly in your wording just prior, Lee just demonstrating such patience, building the point really, really well and pulling the trigger at the right time. Having been well down, is suddenly now finds himself marginally in the lead here in the second game for the first time. Didn't he, a sitter? He'd done all the donkey work, testament to his physicality, got the high backhand, but just missed it, and just gesturing to the umpire that he wants to go for the towel.
It takes a little bit too long time to come forward for Lee Dong-kyun, and I think he aimed a little bit too much to the where we are watching.
That was a rally you feel he won that one, and with the point prior that he won as well, really building up some momentum and some steam and impetus behind himself, but just losing out there, so just level our second game. He played really well at that end from our commentary position, which has been the end that really troubled Pablo Abian against Sugiarto in the match prior.
He's kept control, but also Tien Nguyen has been a little bit too passive, in my opinion. That's his normal playing style, but just doesn't work here. And Then again, for some of the viewers, it might sound silly that, oh, there's some wind and so on, because someone will say to everybody, everybody's playing on this. And that's true. Nothing could be more wrong, and all foolish to say that players are the same, or whether they play on grass, on hard court, or on clay. There's a big difference on what skills you need. And that's the same here, whether there's a lot of drift or there's almost no drift.
10-8.
So big advantage to the home players, you'd imagine, having maximum exposure in a venue like this.
Yeah.
Men managing the conditions really well here. We've seen some scintillating points.
Good deception.
He's very deceptive, isn't he, Nguyen? I've noticed that off both sides.
It's important compared to what we discussed earlier about getting the opponent off balance. If you can put a little bit of deception, a little bit of disguise in your shots, harder for the opponent. Good save.
He's stretching every sinew, isn't he, Lee? Lee Dong-kyun just trying to keep up with Nguyen. It's an amazing match, and really very accurate, both men. But look at this, line to line. And no wonder his quads are so big, they're about the size of my chest, because he's just having to work physically so hard. Really leaving no stone unturned in their preparation, and leaving it all out on the match court. Both of these men, it's been a really engaging encounter so far. Look at this.
Court 1, 20 seconds. Court 1, 20 seconds.
So umpire really having to raise his voice to be heard in this loud Istora Stadium. It's only really, to be fair, about a fifth of that. He got a little bit more full when Sugiarto played his match
11-8.
just prior to this.
Of course, the Indonesian fans, they also look at the schedule and say, when is the Indonesian players playing? That's the one that we want to see the most. So probably turning up later in the day.
And you have to credit both players. It's been a really good level of intensity that they've pitched out here. Nguyen doing really well to keep his nose in front, despite a strong comeback from Lee. Yeah, the clear a bit short, wasn't it?
12-8.
Lee Dong-kyun was quite a bit lucky with 2 net court shots that gave him 2 points. He could as well have been behind 14-6 now. The favorite to win this match.
Service 9.
Keeps on scrapping for every single point, like his life depends on it.
And he's searching and searching for finding the playing needed here.
It's an Adrian. In fact, both men, of course. Just spilling wide
10,
of that sideline then, Nguyen.
Well, we know also that Lee Dong-kyun normally a more patient player, but there's just not room for patience here.
Service over. 13-10.
He was waiting for that lift. Lee Dong-kyun.
11-13.
Could make life a little bit easier for himself if he's using a bit more of those deceptive net shots.
Tien.
they're deciding.
And again, often today,
Service over.
the clears
14,
going
11.
long from the far. Years between these two. The Vietnamese player in light blue, 32 years old. Oh, wonderful. Two sure points back to back from Lee to level up at 14 all. He's still in this fight.
Yeah, and Nguyen has become too passive again. When he plays the net, he takes a small step backwards and sort of leaves the front court open. And that gives all the initiative to Lee Dong-kyung. Let's see if he can capitalize on that and force a decider.
Service over. 15-14.
Lucky for Nguyen, that one.
Well, he's done well because he hasn't played many high clears from the far end, which is sensible. And as you say, he's been blending his point very patiently and playing short very effectively. Playing some nice angles. Well left.
Service over. 15 all.
He certainly needs to attack on that one because it's so hard judging the clear. We didn't see where he actually was standing when he was hitting that clear, but I suspect that he was quite a bit short of the baseline.
Oh, the hesitancy cost him.
Service over. 16-15.
Brilliant turnaround from. He was under a lot of pressure physically there. Drop from Lee, but controlled that well.
Play. Service over. 16 all.
Again, the characterful red-shirted Lee showing a lot of courage to level up. 2 points in a row for him then.
Momentum has shifted. Shifted here in the second game.
Oh, he didn't expect.
17.
What another punishing rally.
Yes.
3 in a row for Lee Dong-kyun. Really competing very, very well. Extremely focused right now. Good passage of play from both, but favouring the Korean. Behind it really well. Great execution.
18-16.
It's a strong comeback by Lee Dong-kyun. Was trailing 8-12. Now leading by 2 down. I have a feeling that it's pretty much Tien Nguyen who's sort of let him back into the game. It was hesitating, Tien Nguyen, but it went long by
17-18.
quite a bit.
White court. Yes. Thank you.
Got to fight for the initiative in the rally, Tien Nguyen, if he wants to finish this match in 2 games. Could be really important in the next round, facing P. Kashyap from India.
Yeah, that's it, the 10th seed. But particularly, I think you're absolutely right, considering as well that these guys
17,
haven't had the
18.
luxury of the bye. In fact, it's
Play.
only Chen Long, the top seed in the men's singles, that gets that. So it's a long, long week for them, isn't it? Yeah. Particularly if they're involved in doubles or
Play.
mixed. Physically grueling.
Going to go long as well. Good save by Dong Kyung.
It's an amazing point, really good. That's how to turn defence into attack from Lee. Doing very well because Nguyen was targeting his forehand with most of the Vietnamese attack.
Yes.
And Lee very alert to that. It's been such a tight match throughout. Neither man being able to sort of accelerate far away from the other throughout and tuck. Oh, he's made it. Fantastic point from both again.
20.
To Lee's
point,
delight, that brings up
17.
3 game points to level up here and treat us to possibly a 3rd game.
Yes.
Just gesturing at those sweat
Stay on court.
in the service box.
Stay on. No. Lee. Lee. Come here. If I say stay on court, you stay on court, okay?
Very assertively said by the umpire, and rightly so.
Yeah.
We have the ultimate say. Without that respect, we've nothing. So 3 game points to level up then at a game apiece if he can convert one of these 3.
Good shot.
Fantastic
Service
backhand
over.
angle from Nguyen.
18,
Under game
20.
point pressure.
Play.
Well, he had 3 game points, 2 of them squandered for this man. It's been a punishing 44 minutes of play for both. Nothing between them on the rankings, just 1 spot. Well, that surely will frustrate him.
He's very nervous.
By 2 clear points, of course.
Very nervously Dong Kyung right now. Hasn't really given himself a chance in either of those 3. The first match point was actually quite okay, but the last 2 was clear mistakes. Well played. Very alert in the flat game there.
So despite squandering 3 game points, he's engineered a 4th. And another survival point. Both men desperate to earn a berth in round 2, where Parapali, the 10th seed, will await if he beats Eric Mace. Excellent play by the Korean Lee Dong-kyun, and in frustration,
Second game won by Lee
Chan Min-yoon
Dong-kyun,
drops his racket.
22-20. One game all.
That's crushing, having had such advantage. So we're locked in then. We're going to be treated to a third and deciding game after the interval. Do stay with us here in this men's first round singles encounter. Can't take my eyes off it personally. Brilliant match. It's going to be tough telling which way this one's going to swing next, Tien.
Yeah,
it is. Change of ends.
It is. I think maybe Tien Min-yoon is a little bit more tired. Of course, he's a bit more tired than the match, but in the fact that he is not able to maintain the same kind of pressure on the side, finishing his attack, he hasn't really been able to score in the second game the way he did in the first. So Lee Dong-kyun, yeah, this match has already changed once, so why not
Court 1, 20 seconds.
time.
Court 1, 20 seconds.
The two players will tackle this first part of the third game.
Well, the story goes that Tien Min-yoon came out, won the first game 21 points to 13 after 17 minutes, and then it was a very, very closely contested second game decided by Lee Dong-kyun in the end, 22-20. So just sort of found a way, sheer will and character and resolve got him through.
Final game.
But now, as you said, what's going to happen?
Love all.
You feel all depends on the start of this game. Lee to get us underway in the deciding game. This first round encounter. Judging by the scoreline 21-13 in the first game, where both men started on these sides of the net, you'd feel that perhaps Nguyen is slight favourite, but of course he lost the momentum in that second game very much. Does he have the character to score and turn it his way? Former bronze medalist from Guangzhou World Championships 2013.
And a whole different kind of bite in that smash compared to the second game. Very short burst from Dong-kyun Lee.
3-love.
Didn't even reach the middle of the court.
Service over. 1-3. Service over. 4-1.
Early advantage then to the Vietnamese player.
It's like both players on this near side of the court. They stand back a little bit and is sort of awaiting what's going to happen. And that's not the way to do it. You simply have to work exactly as the court as on the other side, because you need to have the attack.
5-1.
Lee needs to have the attack defended.
Well, he certainly hasn't contaminated the deciding game with the loss of that second, the Vietnamese player. Doing a great job mentally. What a start in this third game.
6-1.
Lee is just a completely different player at this end of the court, seemingly. Certainly lost his focus.
Service over. 2-7.
Well, that point greeted by a mini roar from Lee Dong-hyun, who's trying to generate some energy and momentum and body language.
And also, we have to remember that he struggled a bit to sort of close that second game, and perhaps he's not mentally totally ready here for the third game. It sounds strange, but it might just be the case that it requires so much of you mentally playing under these conditions that
3-7.
just a little lack of concentration, and you're simply not in the rallies. Lee.
Yeah, it was a short clear from Nguyen there, wasn't it? Just clipping the tape on the way through. Now, can Lee build to get back in? He's only 3 points. Talking of drift, that one just pulling the shuttle from left to right marginally, to the frustration of Nguyen.
Yeah, and clearly so, because he was in a fantastic position to win the point, and instead he immediately lost it. He's totally alert and ready.
5 in a row then for Lee, who was 7-1 down. That was a bullying smack. Yeah, full of intent.
8-6.
Again, very short list from Lee.
Yes. Service over.
Best badminton of late.
Out. Service over. 9-7.
Short by the umpire. And that first service line is actually the only line not covered by Hawkeye. So you can't challenge on that line.
Attempt to clear, it went very high but very short. Easy pickings for the man from Vietnam. Their first ever medalist, former top 5 player. No doubting his pedigree, but he's had up and down performances this year.
Service over. 8-11. Sorry, 8-10.
Clever play from Lee.
11-8.
He knows that he has to clear, if he is to, on the left-hand side of the court from our commentary position. But of course, that plays into the forehand smash of his opponent, which is powerful. So, Tien Min Yun with a 3-point advantage then in this third and deciding.
It's about sparring as well and having good practice partners, especially in the men's game. I guess for the women's singles players, my mind's immediately thinking of Carolina Marin, the defending champion in the women's singles. She doesn't have sparring partners of her standard of women's singles, but it's much easier for her because you can get one of the young boys, up-and-coming boys, that would be her level. But in men's singles, you're saying you cannot do it on coaching alone. You need the sparring.
That's at least my belief.
Yeah.
But you're right. They are playing.
Yeah.
But in my head, there's also some doubt about players being coached by the parents, because I don't think the parents are able to push them as hard as a coach from the outside is.
6-5.
That's another interesting subject. I can see we're going to have a lot of debriefs on a cup of tea at night at the end of the day, you and me, Jesper. Oh, it's come back. Oh, I thought that had come back in.
It looked like it.
Goodness me, it's called out.
But no challenge.
No challenge, and of course we do have Hawkeye here. 2 challenges allowed for each. Oh, no, that's lovely. Oh, here we are. Always get excited. Hawkeye. By the line judge, I have to say that my initial reaction was it was a good call, but we'll wait for Hawkeye to adjudicate.
I also believe that one was in, but it's hard to see from up here.
Yeah. And this is quite a crucial time, actually, isn't it, within the match? I sort of feel if the Malaysian was to get a 3 or 4 point advantage, then psychologically the number 6 seed, Tien would maybe struggle a little bit. So this is vital. Now, Hawkeye. Where are you? Here we go. Yes, we were both right, Jesper. Was in. Good call, line judge.
Challenge unsuccessful. Service over. 6-7. Flicking, 1 challenge remaining. Okay.
Taking it well at the net is the Malaysian.
He's really playing well. I see the under from his own serve. He has a little difficulty in the short serve, but when Chung is served that time. That is right. That's exactly what the drift does.
Now, I'm just watching rally, Jesper, and thinking about what you were saying earlier. There was no question in that rally that this man was moving his feet better. He was moving a lot better. So it's saying to me that now he's relaxed enough that he can move his feet. Tactically, he needs to try and do something a little different.
Yeah, you're right, but I still think that, for example, if he has confidence, then he wouldn't go for the just did. He would just lift it and then maybe be 20 centimeters inside the line and so. And that's still, he's still not confident enough to just play the shots.
That's
8, 9.
nice reactions. Are we sensing a
10,
change in momentum?
9.
Too early to say at this moment, I think, but oh, that's a lovely net shot, forcing a short lift, and it got what it deserved.
Service over.
That was very important for Sugiarto because I think the match would have disappeared if he wouldn't have won that rally. Cho was starting, if you noticed, when he was serving, he went up very fast and wanted the game to go on, and he was ready now.
Oh, good net exchange. Me. Tight. What a lift. Oh, he's missed it.
11-10, interval.
Well.
Look at the body language there.
Yeah, that's not good, is it? Disappointment, because Zulkifli has the advantage, albeit just one solitary point here in the second game, but he's already one game to the good. Yeah, you're right about the body language. And it's so unusual for Tien. He's one of the nicest people you'll meet. I don't know if you've ever chatted to him. His English is very good. And he's an absolutely delightful character. But he needs to dig deep here, dig deep. Standard that we know.
No, he's not there yet, but I still think that he's gonna come through in this match. I just have this feeling in my stomach, but let's see. Sugiarto is really doing well.
That's landed in. That's another demonstration of the drift we've been talking about. Holds up that far side of the court as we all look down on the court. Oh, that's... He couldn't have heard you, could he? All of his net shots there, back to court, not going at all.
Now is Malaysian. The power in his smashes isn't the same anymore as in the beginning of the game. He was killing it in the beginning, but it seems like he just took 5 or 10% out. Maybe he's getting a little tired, and it isn't that easy killing it anymore for him. I'm saying, and then he does.
The curse of the commentator. That's overdone it.
It's a very good flick serve.
Given the fact that the opening game Zulkifli was attacking play. Now that Tien is the other end of the court, should he be more aggressive? More attacking play?
Yeah, I don't know. I think if he takes too many chances and attacks too much, I think he will start making mistakes again. So I think that's also the reason why he's not taking chances.
Okay.
13-all. 14, 13.
This really is a crucial phase of the match, isn't it? Each and every point at the moment, absolutely crucial. Missed it. Did everything right in that rally, apart from the final shot. And once again, look at the reaction, look at the body language.
I think he believed himself that he actually deserved to win that rally because he did everything right, and he was using the wind against him to make some pressure lift, and
so 14 all. Good net exchange again, and surely the seeded player from Taipei from this near side had to start using the back of the court a bit more, because it's unlikely to go long.
it is unlikely, yes, and the Malaysian has really showed some good net game, so maybe he shouldn't challenge him up there.
Well, both players allowed to have a little towel down, recompose the thoughts. It's crunch time for the seed.
14.
It really is. Oh my goodness, I didn't like that. Is he all right?
No, I don't think anything happened.
14.
Foot slipped. Hopefully no damage done, but that won't help the confidence.
No, that was also a strange shot to go for. I think it was a very good lift, and he wasn't really behind the shot when he took the chance.
No, but that right leg.
He plays good. It's still not right, and that really doesn't have the confidence, and he's not in balance.
Oh, that's well taken. My goodness me. It wasn't the first one to come back.
15, 16.
Yeah. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Zulkifli commanding the net position.
16.
How on earth did he get that back? Brilliant. Launching himself towards the net in an effort to play that winner.
It's okay. Play on. Play on. It's okay.
Oh, will that be the decisive rally?
That definitely gave him some confidence. That's the first kill he had for maybe 15 rallies, I think. So,
well, are we going to see the first major upset at these World Championships? Three points away from beating the number 6 seed. Yeah, there's the Malaysian winning the net play again. Oh, that's brilliant. Oh, super. Well, there you go. Curse of the commentator again. As soon as I said the Malaysian was winning the net play.
he was, this time, Chow really got high at the net and was playing it very well.
Look at that.
It's understandable that it's hard to call for the umpire.
Yeah, desperately close. 17-18.
Serve 19-17.
Well, the seeded player, he's got to dare to win, because if he continues, he's first heard him doing, he's been doing.
He still needs to take away the net as he's done attack and hopefully go.
Well, called just wide. There's a challenge here, and this could be crucial. It's his second challenge. His first challenge was unsuccessful. And once again, Hawkeye is asked to adjudicate. And if the challenge is successful, of course, it's match point opportunities to this young man from Malaysia.
I didn't really see it, but it looked very close, so it's understandable that he's taking the chance. I'm pretty sure that he needs to win in 2 sets if he has to win this match. So so why not try it?
Yeah. Here we go. Oh my goodness! Wide by a whisker.
Challenge unsuccessful.
What a call by the line judge. So 19 all.
19 all.
Who's got the nerve?
Fleeky, 0 challenge remaining.
There's still a lot of work to do for both of them.
Yeah. So good in his attack that you've been pointing out, and then a crucial moment, a wild one, and it means it's game point opportunity for the number 6 seed Tien to level this first round match at 1 game apiece. Oh, that's well saved. Well saved indeed. So 20 all, and we require extra points until there's a clear 2-point winning margin.
Against the wind, he can push those lifts much harder than he does. Like, he just lifts them soft up, and it's too easy for the Malaysian to get underneath the shuttle and hit it.
And it means that Zulkifli of Malaysia has a match point opportunity to put out the number 6 seed. He's done it! The first major upsets of these World Championships. And the number 6 seed, Tien, has been beaten by the 22-year-old Malaysian Zulkifli.
22-20.
Umpire just confirming the score, 21-5, 22-20. And what a result for the Malaysian. Totally justifying his selection for these World Championships. 38 minutes and heartbreak and heartache for the number 6 seed who came to Jakarta seemingly in such good form, having reached the final of his home Grand Prix gold event. Of the score, 21-5, 22-20, and Zulkifli is through to round 2. Well, the first major upset, I guess, on our court number 1 here at the 22nd World Badminton Championships. Save an inspired Zulkifli of Malaysia. Next up is women's singles, and then attention to women's doubles after. So after Malaysian in the women's singles, Tien up against and the Italian. Well, interesting background because she was born and used to play for, now representing Italy. Cicconini against Tien. Four courts in action here in Istora Senayan. And yes, for it's a stadium that I loved and I hated. It was so hot in our day. We didn't used to have air conditioning in this stadium, as we get to see the draw here. And of course, the match we're about to watch, they're fighting for the right to play against the defending champion, Carolina Marin of Spain. Number 16 seed, the home favourite, Maria Phoebe Kusumastuti, safely through, as indeed is Pei Po of Chinese Taipei. Yes, Istora Stadium. I used to love the atmosphere, but I used to hate the pain because it was so hot and humid. I used to come off court absolutely exhausted, but I'm sure you've had your experiences here as well.
Yeah, I remember playing here also. I think the atmosphere is absolutely brilliant, and it's just great fun playing in here, and all of the players that I've spoken to are just looking so much forward to playing here.
Yeah. Iconic venue as far as badminton is concerned, as our players come onto court for the next of our matches. Women's singles, Tien of Malaysia up against Janine Cicconini of Italy. Is the Italian grandfather, and it's an Italian sounding name as well, even though she was born and raised in Switzerland and represented Switzerland for many years. Also trained in Denmark. You probably know her quite well, don't you? And then moved to train at the training centre in Germany, in Saarbrücken. And then in March last year, moved to represent Italy in future badminton. So an interesting character, been around for quite some time, Cicconini. 28 years of age. Obviously an intelligent lady as well. She's studied or is studying to become a physiotherapist. After your workout in the gym this morning, you might need her assistance later on. You had a bit of a thrashing in the gym there, didn't you? It was a tough workout.
I think so, yeah. I probably need, there's not a spot that doesn't need treatment. I think she has half a year education.
Right.
It's right that I was actually coaching her for half a year or so in the Badminton Academy in Denmark.
Ah, fabulous. So we're going to really get the inside scoop on Cicconini. But let's start first of all with the Malaysian. Tien, 24 years of age, born in Penang. Currently 58 in the world ranking, but she has been as high as 28. In fact, spent a world ranking. Well, she played in Guangzhou at the World Championships 2 years ago. Lost in the first round in Copenhagen. She made it to the second round, where she lost to Carolina Marin, the eventual champion. So, as far as the Italian is concerned, well, 62 in the world ranking at the moment. She has been as high as 33, but that was back in 2010. Now, she's recently played the inaugural European Games in Baku in Azerbaijan, where she was the number 7 seed, but lost in the last 16. Now, for the Italian, this is her 7th World her first. Go back 10 years to Anaheim in America in 2005. So our court officials from Indonesia, and Tien is this semi-final in Brazil. So 9 tournaments, so enjoyed some success, a couple of quarter-finals as well. As far as Tien is concerned, she was a quarter-finalist at the Southeast Asian to the #1 seed in Bangarankan in 2 straight games. But of course, I thought last year, 12 games, she was playing women's singles all the way through the team competition, where of course Malaysia won the gold medal. And I thought she handled that responsibility as #1 Malaysian women's singles player extremely well, and she went on to reach the semi-final of the individual as well. But sadly, in the bronze medal playoff, lost that to PB Sindhu. So despite being a semi-finalist, walked away without a medal, which I always think is terribly sad.
On my right, Tien, Italy. And on my left, Tien, Malaysia. Tien to serve. Lavo, play.
So Janine Ciccolini of Italy, nearest to us, getting this first round match underway against Tien of Malaysia.
Yeah, I actually spoke to Janine yesterday about her match, and she was of course looking forward to it, but I also think that she doesn't really believe she has a chance, and was just going to enjoy the environment and playing in Senayan, and I have also the Malaysian as a strong favorite.
I was going to say the scoreboard was wrong. Now we're all right again. Oh, that was nicely done. So come on then, Jesper. Give us the rundown, the strengths, the weaknesses, and the personality of Ciccolini.
But I think her strength is that she is relaxed, and she's going to enjoy it, and she's going to play her best. Her weaknesses is that she's not as strong physically as her opponent is.
Just expand on that for me, please. Yes, but when you talk about physically, as in she doesn't have the speed, or she doesn't have the stamina, or a combination of the two?
Combination of the two. I think she was out for 1.5 years after playing for Switzerland, and she actually quit and didn't want to play anymore, and then she got the chance to come back and play for Italy and decided to do so. So I think she's actually only building up her form after having a pretty long break.
Yeah, absolutely. She didn't play any tournaments during 2013, not one. But last year, yeah, I was going to say she touched the net there, well spotted by the umpire, fault called. Last year, she won 5 titles. Now that is International, Mauritius International, Kenya, and Guatemala. So some of the international challenger events, and what a great way to come back. You're not trying to go straight into Grand Prix or Grand Prix Gold, build up your confidence. I like that with a player coming back.
Yeah, and when she's going to such exotic places that she would actually be out of the draw fast. But
well, of course, Tien herself has had a funny career path in a way, and I don't mean funny as in amusing. She's had unusual. In November 2013, she resigned from the Badminton Association of Malaysia after they rejected her request to switch from women's singles to women's doubles. A couple of months later, Sugiarto, who was the up-and-coming star of women's singles, as you know, had a horrible Achilles injury, and I understand that things have gone wrong once again. So that's the 5th time I understand she's having to undergo surgery. We all certainly wish Sugiarto well and hope that we do see her back on the badminton court very soon. And that, of course, she was invited back to the National Federation. Tien, all of a sudden, all of the attention was given to her because she was the leading women's singles player, and she's thrived on it. I think she's improved dramatically.
Yeah, but that happens in many countries. I think that when the #1 disappears in one way or another, then the next one will take over and take some responsibility.
7-6.
You should think, though, that in a country like Malaysia, that you could actually have 2 players and also have attention for both of the players.
8-6.
Well, very businesslike in the way she got ready to serve there. Tien misses that one.
Serves over. 7-8.
That's right, that's drift there coming into play all the time. So aware about it as a player. All of your shots have to be adjusted accordingly. I think that might have gone right too. That's a nice smash though from Tien.
Janine has very good shots when she gets behind the shuttle and also techniques at the net. She can definitely do something. Her problem is that when the opponent moves her around too much, then she doesn't get behind the shots, and then she starts making mistakes.
Oh, that's a nice drop. Oh, that's clever too.
That is the good techniques.
Service over.
You taught her that one, did you?
9.
Too modest. That's super.
Let.
But I think T would do herself a favor if she was to play a little more rallies. Like, I think very often she has had Janine out of balance, and then she goes for the shot instead of just keeping on playing the rally.
So the advantage with Tien, just 1 point advantage here at the big game interval. Hendro, her coach, of course, he won the World Championships in Seville in 2001. Beats. Who did he beat in the final?
Peter Gader.
Peter Gader. See, I can't catch you out. Okay. Here's my little quiz question, my first quiz of the week for Jesper Larsen. Best Malaysian in the women's singles. And where did they get to?
So, and that was
best Malaysian in the women's singles of the World Championship.
How far they got in the top? Guess quarterfinal.
Who?
Okay, Tien ready.
What was her name? P? No, I can't remember.
I'm going to give you until the change of ends to think about it.
Can I use my computer?
No, you can't. That's cheating.
Then I think I'm going to be guessing for a year or so.
No.
Ready?
Good women's singles list so far.
Play.
And that's reflected in the score. Just 1 point in it. Delightful.
That's also the first time that she didn't go for the full smash, but just made a drop shot instead. And that was a clean winner.
2. Previous rally, round the head smash, well, half smash, as you pointed out, was across court that time, straight down the line. I like that variation.
And that also is very hard for the opponent to tell, so, yeah.
Yeah, good play. Yeah, so too is that.
She has a few opportunities from this corner, and the Malaysian hasn't really seen all of them yet.
Well, did awfully well to control that, and that landed in. Right idea, just going for the line too much. Oh, umpire's trying to talk to the Malaysian player.
Do not give signal hands, okay? I have my line jumps.
Yep, quite right too. Do not give arm signals. It can be perceived as trying to influence the line.
Challenge to call.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, good defence. My goodness me. Yeah, and as an opponent, it's so frustrating, isn't it, when you think you've played a winner and it just keeps coming back.
Now, that was some good pressure she put on there, but yeah, she defended really well. I think she speeded up a little bit too, though, here after the break, and it also shows the points.
What's going on? Speed of shot, speed of movement, or speed in between points? What do you mean by speed of
everything, actually. I think she's getting faster in the serving. She's definitely moving faster.
Yeah.
The only thing is that if Janine makes a little deception, then she's trying to get to the shot so early that she's actually getting tricked a couple of times.
That's nice.
4. Service over.
That's one of the few occasions we've seen the body smash, isn't it, in this women's singles?
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. Initially, I thought that Cicconini had done well with a cross-court clear that had made her opponent take the shuttle late. Oh, now that's that tricky deception we were talking about.
She's doing that one well. And I think Morten especially is sitting down there wondering how is it possible to jump into that one twice.
And that's good.
So it's over. 20.
And a nice way to bring up game point opportunities. 7 of them, to be precise. That is absolutely delightful. The reverse slice, the final shot, the disguise, and with it comes the opening game. 21-13 in favour of TGE. Look at that. Full pirouette actually there from Cicconini, but disguise. Well, the racket head just brushes across the line of the shuttle. The reverse slice, as we call it. Wonderful, wonderful disguise. Just 30 for that opening game. Well, as you were telling us earlier, you've coached the Italian on occasions and worked with her. So what would you be saying to her right now?
I think the only thing for her to do is taking chances, going for the winning shots, trying to get the net, getting high at the net, and then go for the kills. there's no way that she's gonna run her opponent down. So she needs to get some easy solutions and get some easy points.
Okay, so play the net, and I guess that's also because she's now going to hit with the drift, which is going to be very difficult to control those lifts. So the more attacking play and really going for the shots.
Yeah, I think she needs to mix it up. As you said before, she had a cross-court clear that was very good. I think she should still use that, but she needs to be offensive.
Yeah. Both players back on court to opening game, 21-13 in favour of Tien. Now, what was being said there? Didn't quite catch it. Ciccone having a word with the umpire. So, game number 2. Malaysia. More of the women's singles serve nowadays, Jesper.
But it's also work differently when you're standing like this with the backhand serve than with the forehand, and a lot of players find that difficult in the singles.
So from the Italians' point of view, I suppose if she's going to serve low, then she's hoping for a return to the net, is she? Or the fact that it's low, either it's going to the net or her opponent's got to lift it, which gets on the attack, which is what you were saying at the change of end. She needs to get on the offensive.
Yeah, that's true, and I'm also quite surprised that the first thing that wasn't happening was Chi lifting, because that was what I would have done coming on this side. Then I would have tried to move Janine around the court, but she started all the times just putting it short to the net, and that wasn't maybe the best idea, I thought.
Overdone it.
Service over.
But that will happen, you know. If she has to go for winners, then she will also make mistakes. So.
Dig it.
Oh, the umpire's having a word again with Tien.
Not sweat out. Not put the sweat out.
Yeah. There's a directive from the international governing body, the BWF, Badminton World Federation, that players. Well, it really doesn't look terribly attractive if you throw sweat to the side. You're supposed to wipe it on your clothing rather than flick it off the court. Oh, that's nice.
2, 4.
Idea, or was she just too late onto that particular one? She was trying to be aggressive, but wasn't really in position, I guess.
I think I would still have gone for the same shot, and she still is. She needs to take chances.
Yeah.
But of course, it would be better if she didn't make the mistakes.
Yeah. But as you said earlier, you know, she's not going to outmaneuver her opponent and outlast her, so you have to use that strategy. Aggressive, you have to go for it.
Yeah, she certainly does. Like there's no way that she's gonna win in 1 hour and 20 minutes. So she has to try this. But the difficult part is now that she's having a hard time finding the back line, and that closes down her opportunities.
Yeah, and this is now 6 straight points to Tien. That's nice.
Service over. 5, 6.
You're right, she's got some lovely skills, hasn't she?
She certainly does. I think what has for the full career of her, what has missed her is that she doesn't really like working that hard. And that is, of course, if you want to get to the real top of the world, then you need to practice and train really hard.
in mitigation, if she's studying to be a physiotherapist, which is not an easy course to take, then you know you are forced to spend a fair amount of time doing this study. I know that's sort of taking her side and giving her an excuse, but the time for things you want to find time for. And, you know, maybe her commitment in her spare time to training. Well, you know her much better than I do, so.
Service over.
There's no doubt in her racket talent.
No, and she had the same talent already when she was 16, and maybe she got away from her home too early. I don't know. I think she was only 17 when she moved to Denmark or so. So that could also, you know, it's not a lot of players that are fully aware what they want to do and what they have to do in that age.
Yeah. 7-8.
That's good commitment, so to make that decision to go, but then, yeah, no question about the call.
9-7.
That's a good lift.
Just long. And that's the problem, isn't it?
7.
It is so difficult lifting down towards the forehand corner because the drift from the side would also help it go long.
Service over. 8-10.
But this is really what she needs to do. She needs to have those, I would call it almost boxing combinations. She needs to go for 1 or 2 deceptions and then go for the kill.
Oh, that's gone just long. So a 3-point advantage at the mid-game interval. Here in game number 2, there was only a 1-point advantage in the opening game. I forgot about our little quiz, didn't I?
Oh.
Best women's singles result at World Championships.
I didn't get any closer at all.
Wong Lu Chu, married now, of course, to former world #1 Lee Chong Wei.
Oh, yeah.
In fact, she was the number 10 seed in Kuala Lumpur in 2007. Lost in the quarter-final stage to the player who went on to win the gold medal, Zhu Lin.
So I was right about one thing then. It was a quarter-final.
It was a quarter-final, absolutely right.
Okay, Janine, ready?
Well, for Tien to emulate that and get through to a quarter-final, well, she needs to get through this first and foremost, and as I was saying earlier, the winner of this match plays against the defending champion, Carolina Marin, in round number 2. Carolina Marin given a bye in the first round, as she is the #1 seed. Really, she's not happy with herself, but that really does show us how much of a drift there is, because she wouldn't normally hit that shuttle.
No, not
foot
at all.
and a half long.
Not at all, but that's when you go cross courts. It's
Third.
But this is also why you see different players doing well in this hall, is that there's a big difference between playing here and playing in Korea, for example, where you have it's cold and it's very slow shuttles normally.
15-8.
as drastic as a tennis playing on grass and on the clay. Different conditions. I mean, of course, in badminton, the shuttle never touches the ground, but I mean, that's the difference that you're talking about in a stadium that's very hot, it's very intimate, the crowd are very close, there's a lot of drift. You play in a stadium that's huge in Korea in the middle of winter time, usually, although the Korean Open is going to happen next month, in September. Whereas it's been played in January up to now. There is, I'm just trying to emphasize the point that you made. There's a huge difference.
Yeah, there definitely is. I think the players who are good at changing tactics, good at using the wind, playing one tactic one set, another tactic the next set, they will definitely have a bigger chance in here than the ones who are just trying to do the same every set.
It's gone long. Well, this is actually a run of 8 straight points because it was 10-8 at one stage. And here we are, 18-8, 19-8. Yeah.
19-8.
She wants to move her and do some deceptive shot to get the attack, but she's going a little too far now.
That's well taken from Tien.
20.
Cross-court reverse Jing of Malaysia. And she will indeed play the defending champion, Carolina Marin, the number 1 seed from Spain in the second round. But the umpire scored 21-8 against Jakarta. Well on balance by the time she's landed. The body weight is coming forward. What a delightful way to end the match. So once again, confirmation of the score, 21-13. 21-8, safely through to round 2. 26 minutes for the victory.
Put it inside this. You need to carry that.
So our next match here on court number 1, we turn our attention to women's doubles in Sugiarto and Gadre of India take on the Germans Michels and Hertrick. Following that, we will have a couple of men's doubles, so plenty more action to come from Istora Stadium here in Jakarta. So Pradnya Gadre and Sugiarto of India up against Isabel Hertrick and Birgit Michels of Germany. This match from the top half of the draw, in fact the top quarter of the draw, and this is for the right to play against Matsuo and Nato of Japan. Number 14 seeds, Matsuo and Nato, left and right-handed combination, of course, and we're about to see a left and right-handed combination with the Indian pairing of Sugiarto and Pradnya Gadre. Of course, Naswari and Polly, number 7 seeds. They're fresh from victory in Taipei. Home favourites for picking up a medal in the women's doubles. So first 2 days of action are all about first and second round encounters. Draws of 64. Of course, in the Super Series, we only have draws of 32. So here come the players for this first round of women's doubles. So, of course, as far as India are concerned, 4 medals at World Championships. 1 in the men's event. Jesper's looking a little blank at me at the moment.
No, would that be Gopichan?
No, 1983 Prakash
Padukone, yeah.
Yeah. And then, of course, for the last 2 years, PV Sindhu has taken the bronze medal in the women's singles. And in London in 2011, Jwala Gutta and Ashwini Ponnappa, first ever females from India to win a World Championship medal. So, in fact, only 4 players winning World Championship medals from India. And there was one of them winning 2. And hasn't Indian badminton developed? Isn't it just wonderful to see how they have in recent years just gone from strength to strength? Of course, they've always had a few outstanding players, but they really have strength in depth now. And with the news that they've hired Malaysian Tan Kim Her as the new national doubles coach, there's a concerted effort, I believe, to increase the women's, men's and mixed doubles capabilities as well. Well, there is the 24-year-old Gardere, 36 in the world ranking at the moment. It's a career high. It's their 3rd week at a career high. Their win-loss record for the year. What a year they've had so far. 3 finals from 7 tournaments, winning 2 of them, winning the Polish International and the Lagos International as well. So there's the left-hander, Sugiarto, 21 years of age, so she's going to turn 22 next week. And one of the very few players in world badminton in the doubles that serves forehand, the left-hander there. Now, she's had problems with that right knee. It was back in November of 2009. Torn ligaments in the knee, had to undergo surgery. I know all about that. I hope you stayed injury-free from knees, didn't you, Jesper?
When I was playing, I did stay injury-free, but I've had a few afterwards.
Yeah, it does take its toll, badminton, on the old knees. So to the German combination. And there, Isabel. 23 years of age, former medalist in the World Junior Championships in Guadalajara in 2010 in the mixed doubles discipline, a bronze medal with Max Schwenger. And she is a very good and very talented doubles player. 31 in the world ranking at the moment. That's 1 down from their career high of 30, but they only formed their partnership during the Uber Cup finals in Delhi last year. So haven't been playing together terribly long. Birgit Michels, well, she's enjoy a birthday soon. Tanin Karapat of Thailand, our umpire for this one. And her service, Satawan Mauritius. of the court, and previous two matches, this will be the first ever meeting between these two
on my right,
pairs.
Preja Grace and Siki N Reddy, India. And on my left, Isabel Hertris and Brigitte Michel, Germany. Preja Grace to serve to Brigitte Michel. Level, play.
So the left and right-handed combination from India. Getting this first round women's doubles underway.
Service over, 1.
Birgit has tried playing in here several times. She's used to changing tactics, and so also from the mixed double where she's done very well. I think they will probably be favorites in this match.
Just going wide. Yeah, I think that, in all honesty, because both of the Germans have been playing the Super Series circuit, because you mentioned the mixed doubles, and then certainly with Mikkel Fuchs, they've been top 10 pair. They've been in 3, I think it's 3 Super Series tournament finals in the mixed doubles. So, of course, they're playing the elite tier of tournament, and as a new women's doubles combination, of course, they don't get seeded at the Super Series events. They've had to come through.
2, 5.
It's gone wrong. It is remarkable, though, Jesper, isn't it, about Indian badminton and how it's become so popular as a sport. It's not just they've got a number of players being successful in world terms. Of course, it's a country that is just in love with cricket. But I was reading something that there was a statistic that badminton is now the second most popular sport in India, and that's fabulous for us.
It definitely is. I think Saina has done a lot to the sport in India, and especially her medal at the Olympics really made a difference. I've also read somewhere that she's the most famous sporting woman in the whole of India, and I think for badminton in general, it's very good. It's a huge country, and the economy is on the race, and that's very good for all of us.
Absolutely. Oh, that's an unbelievable shot.
Service over, 7-4.
Very, very talented individual. Isabel Hertwig. Look at this angle. You've no right to be able to find an angle like that. That is superb. The serve is short, though.
5-7.
Heat in here, and because it is that warm, then the shuttle is fast no matter which end you're in. So if you flick like that, then you'll still make mistakes, and you'll still place it long. That's what they should do, is they should try to move the Germans around, especially on the back court, and then counter-attack them afterwards. Usually the Germans, they will end up having Birgit in front and
Service over.
Isabel in the other end or in the back, and that's the way they want to be standing. But if they can move Birgit to the back and then move her around, then they will have good opportunities.
Oh, good serve.
10-6.
10-6 in double quick time. Well,
she did ready for it.
No, match on our hands.
Hard one.
question is, can Gardre and already capitalise on this 2-point advantage and take this women's doubles match into a third and deciding game?
They definitely got the confidence now. It seems like the Germans are best when in the first 3 or 4 shots of each rally, but if you come past that point, then it's looking good for them.
Oh, that's good judgment. Oh, worth a challenge, is it?
Out. 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 12, 11. Out.
But that's another.
Well, then, surely to challenge that. So it's... I thought that was so far in.
Petya Karen call in.
Yeah, it was called in. I was right, it was called in. So now the Germans have got to challenge. But surely, I didn't think that was even close, was it?
I didn't see it.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
Thank you, Hawkeye. There we are. Very focals are still working for me at the moment.
I'm impressed.
Yeah, well.
Excellent.
Successful.
Arch has the Indian pair.
Yeah, yeah.
Goodness me, how confusing.
I think the umpire got it all wrong this time.
Because I thought the line judge called it in.
He did.
Yeah. Ah, well, as long as the right decision is made in the end, and it has been.
But that is the very good thing about the challenge system.
Yeah. It's wonderful. I'm a big campaigner that we should have 2 challenges per game instead of 2 challenges per match. And I'd even go so far as to say, gets to 20 or 1 extra challenge, just as in a tiebreaker in tennis, you get 1 extra challenge. I think it's such a good system. We should have it more.
I'm definitely right. When you think back of all the arguments you had with umpires and line judges, and you're trying to provoke and make them call whatever you think is in or out, this has just stopped it all.
13 all.
When you say you think of all the arguments you had, I hope you weren't referring to me personally.
No, that was in general, I think, and I probably had a few myself, yeah.
Service over, 14-13.
No, but you're absolutely right. You look at tennis now. The McEnroe days, we had the temper tantrums. None of that anymore. There's just a polite challenge. It's the same in badminton. It's a wonderful system.
Hopefully we'll come to a point where we can have it on all courts instead of only the TV court.
Yeah. Oh, 15-13. Opened up a 3-point cushion. Didn't miss by much, but a miss is a miss.
Quickly.
Oh, both the Germans retying shoelaces.
Grabbing out for a little or small break just to clear the heads.
Short.
Indian pair ready now in the first 3 or 4 shots, which they weren't in the beginning. So they found out now if they can get out of these 3 or 4 shots and be ready there, then they have a good chance.
Yeah, they're playing well. 3 points away. Forcing a... Oh, just long. Yeah, the disappointment, I think, once again, the line judge was correct.
18.
The Germans keep on pushing the shots, and I think what they should do is that they should make some stop shots instead, so they get some good and slow lifts, and it will be much easier for them to attack. Right now, they play it into the court, and then they and
That's a pity. She knows it.
15,
Her reaction
19.
shows the disappointment of that service error, and has that gifted an opportunity to the Germans. Well, a mistake, and 5 opportunities for Gardere, and are ready to see this to a decider. Oh, it's called in. They're off for a break. Well, they're challenging.
well, that looked long, didn't it?
It did look long.
Call in.
And this time the umpire got it right too.
Yeah. So the challenge once again comes from the Indian pair. But surely that was long. I'm with you, Jesper. I didn't even think that one was close. But we are the far side. Oh, it was out.
Good.
Yep. Line judge getting it right once again. So it is 1 game all in this first round women's doubles contest.
Second game won by Praja, Grace and Siki and ready. 21-15. 1 game all.
21-15 confirms our umpire. And after 32 minutes, it's 1 game. Is back on court, ready for the start of the third and deciding game. The opening game, of course, to the Germans. There they are. Hertrick and Michels, 21 that opening game, but the left and right-handed combination of Siki Reddy and Pradnia Gardere coming back strongly in the second, taking it 21-15.
Love all play.
Love all play, final game. And here's an interesting theory for you, Jesper. 2 pairs playing 2 different circuits. The Germans basically are playing the Super Series because they're both such good mixed doubles players and very highly ranked. Whereas the Indian pair have been playing the international challenges. As I was saying earlier, 3 finals from 7 tournaments. The Indian pair, in my opinion, have got used to winning, whereas the Germans have got used to having tough matches but not coming through. And you will know far better than me, because you're such a good coach, having been a wonderful player, that there is a certain amount to be said for learning how to win and getting used to winning and having that winning feeling when you come to tough matches like this.
Yeah, I think you're definitely right that if you keep on losing, that will hurt your confidence. What we're doing in Denmark with the players there, when we have youngsters, then we send them out to some of the Super Series times they can play up, as we are calling it, against better opponents.
Yeah. So all-round development, get them used to both.
Yeah, I think in the beginning that's what we do. When they reach a certain level and they start winning, maybe reaching quarterfinals, and so then Super Series. But they will keep on playing some of the smaller tournaments.
Yeah, it's that development to say. Yeah, has been a great tournament, great job. On paper, you say to yourself, the Germans standing a chance. Look at them.
Yeah, they're definitely doing well. I don't understand the tactics from the Germans. I think they're going for winners all the time. They have no patience in the game, and they keep on making mistakes. So I think that's also helping the Indian couple, but they are doing well.
Yeah.
3-5.
And I suppose the world champs with these draws of 64, it's one of the rare opportunities where the regulars from the tournaments that are down a couple of tiers get the chance to play the players who are regular on the Super Series, and that's one of the wonderful things about the World Champs, that, you know, so many players can come together in one venue, one event, and get the opportunity to play these star players.
Yeah, that's right. But so I would say one of the bad things about the world ranking is that from and upwards, they need to play the Super Series tournaments, because this is even losing first round gives sometimes more than some of the small. And if you say that you can maybe only play 12, 13 tournaments a year, if you're a player like Birgit, who is 31 years old, then you'll not choose to go to the smaller tournaments and get some winning experience. Then you'll just keep on playing the Super Series.
Yeah, that's a very, very good point. Well, this is turning into an intriguing women's doubles contest, that's for sure.
Service over. 5-6.
That's not a good serve, just into the forehand of the back person. Which makes it a quite easy kill.
Barely half court as well.
But the thing is, it's hard for her going cross court, because then she is into the draft and then she might hit it out. So that's why she goes for the corner.
7-6. Service over. 7-all.
So it really is nip and tuck all the way in this deciding game so far. Oh, that's well taken. Oh, goodness me.
7.
The Indian pairing right now doesn't really know what to do about the service return. So they tried a few solutions and none of them worked. So they end up in this mixed doubles games all the time.
Just wide.
9-7.
was better though, the turn of serve.
Yeah, definitely. She got a little high on it and she moved Birgit in the back, which is the right thing to do.
It's gone long. A call from Gardner to her partner to leave it. Once again, back level.
That just being 80% sure that that's one to get over, so would have blocking the shuttle and then getting a new lift.
A run of advantage at the change of end. It did. Very 9 the advantage.
They have this problem that, especially when they are when they're returning serves, then they get into some kind of fight from below level, and then they push it upwards. The same with the Germans here. They in the defense they keep in that way they keep on getting in trouble too. So they need to block the defense and then move forward afterwards to get the attack.
Nikki. Thank you.
So the 2-point advantage at the change of ends here in this deciding game on a run of 4 straight points. Oof.
Service over.
That's called out. I think there's a challenge here. I thought that landed in.
Challenge for in.
It kind of jumped back into the court, so it's difficult telling if it was in or out.
Well, the Indian pair have challenged twice before, and they've been right twice before. So hang on, wait a minute. What's going on? Has there been a challenge? Certainly the scoreboard at the end of the court is supposed to indicate that a challenge has been made, and it's not indicating that.
But they are waiting for it.
They're waiting for the challenge. We're waiting for Hawkeye. And it looks to me, we're sitting just along from Hawkeye, it looks to me as if Hawkeye don't realise. Oh, now they've woken up. Yep, Hawkeye are now looking at the call. Maybe they thought it was so far in.
Or out.
Or out that they... The line judge called it out.
Yeah, he did, yeah.
I thought it was in. The Indian pair have challenged.
Oh.
And we're waiting. Here we go.
And it's out.
Never.
One challenge remaining.
I'm not sure whether
10-11.
That was such a delay. I don't know that they were actually looking at the right. Anyway, there we go.
Yeah.
Service over. 12-10.
Oh, she's missed it. That's no question of that. That was wide. An open court.
Yeah, she did everything right there. And that was the block that I was asking for defense. Instead of hitting it back towards the attacking part, then just blocking it, and then you can move forward afterwards.
From Estonia versus Luca Weber, Austria.
11-12.
Well, this is
play.
Obviously fairly critical each and every point. Oh, my goodness.
Service over. 13-11. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, it's a good backhand kill from not easy to play technically. Little lead at this stage of the match. 5-point advantage now.
15-11.
Well. Well, I told you the Indian players had all improved, especially the doubles players. Yeah, no question of that one, fairly long.
12-16.
Last chance saloon, one suspects. The Germans have got to get themselves a little run of points right now.
Yeah, and the Indian couple needs to stick to what just worked for them instead of keeping on hitting it and blocking it and moving Germans around. That's it. Oh.
14-16.
It's easy to say afterwards, but I was almost just questioning whether Birgit's serve would hold for the rest of the set.
That's good pressure, a good movement forward from Gardere. Look at that backhand, I like that. Flat over the net, and then steps forward. 2 shots later, they've won the rally. And again, hold and pressure from the front of the court. And they're just 2 points away from a place in the second round.
Yeah, I think I have to say that I think the Germans, they're going to be disappointed in the way they managed this. I've seen it several times, and they really haven't reached the
large to the good play. Match point opportunities. The one. And Siki Reddy and Pradnya Gardere of India have beaten the German combination of Michaels and Hertrick.
And Licky and Reddy.
3 games coming from a game down.
21-14.
So they are through to the second round, where they will meet the number 14 seeds, Shizuka Matsuo and Mami Nato. And in 50 minutes, coming from a game down. 16-21, 21-14, 21-15, 21-14 in the deciding game. So congratulations to the Indian combination. Very good result for them. So as the women's doubles players take leave of the courts, Jesper Larsen and myself, Jill Clark, will also take leave, because Richard Kaufman and Steen Peterson will be guiding you through the next 3 matches as we leave you.
So thanks to Jill and Jesper, and as Jill said, Richard Kaufmann back in the hot seat alongside Steen Pedersen, and these are the matches coming up next. Pontip against Kirsty Gilmore, men's doubles, with France taking on the Philippines, and Indonesian interest in Linda Weni Venetra against the Dutch player Soraya de Visch Eibergen. So lots more to look forward to on court. Istora Sanayan here in Jakarta, looking forward next to this match then. Interesting matchup as well it is. Pontip Buran Prasetsuk up against Kirsty Gilmore. Thai player who, well, has had much success, although not really in the last couple of years, against an up-and-coming Scot. And this is who they'll face in the next round. Nozomi Okuhara of Japan, with Ipui already through to face Sung Ji-hyun after her win over Joy Lei of Australia. So that's the carrot, if you like, for the Thai and Scottish player to face Okuhara in the round of 32. And there's no doubt both Pontip and Gilmore, talented players, have the potential to go a tournament. So yeah, not the easiest of drawing on that, or maybe even back me up on it, is Steen Pedersen. Steen, welcome back into the commentary box. It should be a decent encounter, this.
Yeah, I think we're in for a good match. Of course, we know Pontip a regular on the Superseries tournament, and I think actually she's won a tournament. And Kirsty Gilmore, one of the most talented younger European players. So very interesting match coming up here.
Yeah, you're right to say that. There is Pontip, the first Thai to win a Super Series event when she won the India Open back in 2011. Of course, the last few years she's been usurped by her compatriot Ratchanok Intanon, of course the 2013 world champion. And it's fair to say the last couple of years have been pretty barren, not really what was expected. She's still very young, is Pontip at 23, but 2 years senior to this young lady, as Steen saying, the top-ranked British player in the women's singles. And much expected of Kirsty Gilmore. Worth remembering, of course, that these World Championships will be hosted in her native city of Glasgow in 2017.
White.
Pontip won the toss. And Kirsty Gilmore has decided to serve first. So Nozomi had a couple of wins this year as Okuhara. As you see, ranked 24, Pontip. Of course, she has been in the top 10 of the world. You can see her win-loss ratio this year negative. Not gotten beyond the quarter-final at any event in the last, not just this year, 2 years. And this from a Super Series winner. Lost in the first round in 3 of her last 4 events. She has got to the 3 times, but her recent form doesn't suggest that she will come here bubbling and full of confidence, does it? As for Kirsten List, 33 in the world. At the Indonesia Open here, as you see, got a positive win ratio this year. She took the Olympic champion Li Shuwei to 3 sets, and then she made it to the quarterfinals of the US Open once before. And this year, in March, at the Swiss Open, it was the last 16. You have to say it was a very convincing win for Pontip, wasn't it? 21-12, 21-15. So even though she might be lacking confidence, Pontip, I mean, she can reflect on that at least.
Yeah, and that's one of the issues with Kirsty Gilmore, that she can be quite up and down in her game. Games where she got a silver medal. Hopefully she can build from that seen from a Scottish perspective.
Yeah, lost to Michelle Lee, the Canadian, in that final. But made her the most successful Scot in the history of that event, and suffered a little bit of a downturn after that. And you have to say, there's no doubt Pawn Tip suffered a downturn in the last couple of years. It's interesting, isn't it, when you burst onto the scene like she did. And well, now, I mean, listen, I know she's still only 23 and she's still in the top 25 of the world, but you know, no way beyond the quarterfinals the last couple of years in any event. It's not really what was expected of her.
But it must also be a little bit tough to practice with a player like Rachana Gintonen, because I wouldn't expect her to win too many matches against her in practice. I might be wrong, but
well, I think she used to. I mean, they've met many times over the years. In fact, they met in the World Junior Badminton in Malaysia 2009, and Ratchanok beat Pawn Tip there. So I mean, I mean, it could raise her standards. You're saying it may have demoralised her.
Yeah, it depends a little bit. We've seen some examples where, for instance, in Swedish tennis, when Bjorn Borg was dominant, he didn't lose any games in practice, and that sort of demoralized the players coming up, whereas the players, Mats Wilander, he regularly lost matches in practice, and when he was winning on a world stage, of course, the ones that beat him in practice,
Ladies and gentlemen,
then we can do it as well.
Christy Gilmore, Scotland. And on my left, Bondi Pravasu, Thailand. Christy Gilmore, Joseph, level play.
Well, there's no doubt really Pawn Tip here will be the favourite, but it's not one of those that jumps out and you say this is a certainty. Kirsty Gilmore has her chances here, but can she take them against what is a talented Thai after all?
Service over.
Had a little deception, Gilmore, but
no, it's been a confident Pawn Tip and a nervy one from Kirsty Gilmore here.
Yeah. That's going right there.
Have you picked up on the drift?
Yeah, definitely. The drift is there's a side drift going left to right, and then there's a drift along the court coming from the opposite side going towards Kirsty Gilmore, so Gilmore plays up against the wind.
Is that an advantage to be up against the wind or not?
In men's singles, it's definitely an advantage. In women's singles, I would also say it's an advantage, but it requires you to play in a style. You have to put pressure on with flat lifts. You see, very hard for Pawn Tip to control that flat lift there. You have to cover the front court a lot and leave shots on the back court to see if they go long, especially in the beginning of the game, where it doesn't cost so much if you're wrong.
3-4.
Pawn Tip, on the other hand, needs to play quite an attacking style on this side of the court, because she will have trouble playing with accuracy to the baseline of Kirsty Gilmore.
Okay, so I was making the statement earlier that Pawn Tip's the favourite. Kirsty Gilmore's got a chance. Is anything from the opening 9 exchanges that changes that point of view?
No, I totally agree with you. And you can see that should it go to a deciding game, Pawn Tip will finish the match on the free that was going long.
That was well in.
Yeah. And that's really really devastating, because there's no doubt that she's been here ahead of her match to sort of try to pick up on the drift, Kirsty Gilmore, and then the first one she leaves is actually quite a bit inside. No doubt that Pontip is the more experienced of the two players. She's played in conditions like this more times than Kirsty Gilmore.
Yeah, well, Kirsty, as I said, was here for Indonesia Open, and she played very well actually against Lee Shuai. Took her to 3 games, but as you say, Pontip much more used to. She reached 2 Super Series finals. That's why the dip in form 2014 so far in 2015 is, well, I wouldn't say it's come from nowhere, but you wouldn't have predicted that a couple of years ago.
Oh, that's smart.
Service over. 9.
All the time nicknames. Here's I wouldn't think she's been at peace in terms of in the last. Bet the Danish players had a few nicknames for you, didn't they, Steve, when you were head coach?
10, 5.
Any broadcastable?
Not too much. The only famous nickname is, of course, Carsten Mogensens.
The judge. So, was this in or out? We shall find out. It's been referred to the Hawkeye. Sorry, was that Carsten's nickname, the judge? Or
No,
you were all saying about the judge here.
Carsten Mogensen is known by, I can't really figure out how it's, and it's long. Oh, sorry, wide.
It is wide, yeah. Worth a shout, though.
Challenge unsuccessful. Remaining 5. Play.
Yeah.
6.
Very gifted technical-wise, Kirsty Gilmore. We often see European players with limited technical repertoire, but that doesn't go for her.
Not the greatest of draws, is it, first round, if you're Kirsty Gilmore, I suppose. No. She's had a bit of, it goes in runs like, doesn't it? I mean, you know, Lee Shuai, first round Indonesia Open. She had Busanan, another talented Thai player. And here she is up against Pontip here, who's off to a fairly confident start, 11-6. To that point, she leads at the first of the intervals.
Former Dutch player Chris Breuel coaching Kirsty Gilmore.
She's been working with him for a while. There was some talk, you probably will know, I read somewhere, and obviously it hasn't come to fruition. There was some talk about Tina Bown maybe getting involved. But as I say, obviously that hasn't happened.
Thank you.
Obviously, there's a bit of politics involved, Badminton Scotland and obviously Badminton England, and which facilities are used.
11. Play.
English based in Milton Keynes, of course, Kirsty's from Glasgow.
Oh. Service over. 7-11.
Because when it's Olympics, it all comes under the Great Britain banner, as far as those countries are concerned.
We saw that after the 2012 Olympics, where Chris Adcock and Imogen Banker split up. Imogen going back to practice in Scotland.
Might have had something to do with the wedding bells that were about to ring.
Yeah. Still, they were silver medalists at the Worlds.
Not sure.
Service over. 8.
But okay, it's been a bad couple of years for Porntip, but I mean, she hasn't got a shot at redemption. She missed out on the Olympics by the smallest of margin in 2012. Obviously, the top 16, isn't it, qualified? And going into the last qualifying event, she was 14th. She lost in the first round of the Japan Open, and she dropped down to 17th place in the world rankings.
14-8.
Obviously, a bitter blow for her.
Yeah, it's a huge goal for most of these players to the Olympics.
That time the drift did take it wide.
Service over. 9-14.
Very nice shot there. Not too hard a smash, but just putting it below the tape, making sure that Porntip was not able to attack her back.
Oh, and that's
Service
just
over.
wide.
15-10.
Look at the feet of Kirsty Gilmore, if we can see them here, and she's jumping. We can't, but I'm pretty sure one of them was long of the court,
and it was pretty tight as well to the line with the return as well. She didn't challenge it this time. Of course, she's already had one unsuccessful challenge, only got one left. And at 16-10, time is kind of running out in this game.
Service over. 11-16.
Into Buran Pratsetsuk with a 16-11 lead. That'd be worth it.
way too long afterwards.
Well,
accepted by the umpire.
I'm with you, though. I mean, it was her coach challenging, not her, wasn't it?
Exactly. She was looking at her coach and he said, just challenge. And then she put up her arm, and that's not allowed.
It is worth a challenge, but you're right, that's not the right protocol. But umpire let it slip through, and
a wasted challenge.
It was close, though, wasn't it? The line judges are enjoying this, though. It's 2 unsuccessful challenges. I think they have competitions between them, you know, who can come out unscathed.
And we've seen Ratchanok Inton on a number of occasions also challenging quite early in the matches, and almost every time she's been unsuccessful.
There is a skill, isn't there, to the challenges. That's given in. Questioning look from Gilmore.
Good control from Porntip. She's played well here in the first game. Good follow-up. I don't see women's singles fire away smashes and following up on the net. Or should I say, we haven't seen it for a while, but now we're seeing Carolina Marin, Kirsty Gilmore, a couple of Chinese players also Really good at following up.
Service over. 18-13.
Well, there's not much between them, but it's a 5-point gap as far as the scoreline's concerned. Following up again there.
Excellent play.
Service over. 14-18. Service over. 19-14.
They'll be able to do enough. And to readjust the bun in her hair.
Service over.
And she's played some really good points, hasn't she, in this opening game?
Yeah, she has.
Talking about Gilmore.
I must say that Pontip has been a little bit more steady, taking the perhaps not so spectacular points, but pretty much been in control of this first game. Normally 19-15, quite comfortable lead.
Well, there you go. There, Buran taking the opening game. Pontip in charge right now.
Of course, positive for her winning on the presumably more difficult side. But I'm actually very excited to see this second game, because I think Kirsty Gilmore has the attacking weapons to do well on the opposite side of the court, and we could have a really, really close battle.
Yeah, it certainly has the potential for it, doesn't it? Both players, not surprisingly, lost in the first round last year. Kirsty was claiming exhaustion after, because the Commonwealth Games and then the World Championships followed pretty quickly. She lost to Karen Schneider in straight games. Michelle Lee, who beat Kirsty in that Commonwealth Games final, she beat Pontip in the first round of these World Championships last year in Copenhagen. Nicely placed.
Clever play by Pontip, anticipating the shot from Gilmore and just stepping half a step forward and killing.
7 Mehdi and blue Mehdi. Races 1, 2, and 10 T-Long.
It's so important for Pontip to get the right length on her lifts from this side of the court. If she plays too short as here, then Kirsti Gilmore has the firepower to challenge her. There's another challenge.
Well, she had a pretty good view of it, but we shall see.
One of the shots that are hard for the line judges to get correct, the ones that are sort of sliding out over the baseline.
Both players unsuccessfully challenged in the opening game. Oh, it's a close one.
Yeah, it's a good challenge.
Yeah.
Correction, out. Service over, 2-1.
That's good. That's a good service.
Yeah.
Exactly on the line.
3-1.
I thought it was going up from our position here when we're sitting. Very accurate. Good shot.
Oh, yes. Well, it's been a good little spell, hasn't it? Since the verification of a challenge. A couple of good points for Gilmore. Good serve, and then this winner. Oh, how disappointing after playing the point.
2-4. Service over, 5-3.
France and the citizens BWF USA. Now, please welcome Liam Yu and Ed Canada versus Matthew Chow and Sarah Ferrazzi, Australia.
He's playing a little bit too short now. Pontip
6-3.
gets punished immediately. This lift here, very, very short. Excellent shot. Reverse slice there from Kirsti Gilmore, and she's really treating us to some of her technical skills.
And it's been an impressive start to the second game. And you said Pontip's been in the top 10 of the world rankings. Kirsti's been as high as 16, obviously at 33 right now. But you an idea. Certainly great potential she has.
Great shot.
Winner as well. Fabulous from Thornton.
4-8.
I say, both players taking a little bit of a breather after that.
Excellent defensive play here from Pontip and counter-attacking herself. Very important now. The rally just after one of those very, very long rallies. You really want to win that.
5-8. Service over. 9-5.
Well, we're hoping for a good match, aren't we? I think we're getting one here. Been too many unforced errors like that recently.
Service over. 11-6. Interval.
So, Kirsty Gilmore, so far so good in trying to level this match up. Another really good shot from her. She really has just upped it up, I think, consistency-wise in this second game.
Yeah, and it's hard for Pontip to get the right length on her shot. She's being put under pressure all the time. So she actually, Pontip has to play in the same playing style that she played the first. She needs control in order to prevent Kirsty Gilmore from doing it. And that's what's a little bit awkward for many players, that to attack a lot more when you're playing in.
Coach.
And she can't afford to let Gilmore have the initiative. Skills and her powerful footwork to put pressure on the Thai player that was caught by the side drift.
7-11.
Excellent drop shot, very, very short.
8-11.
Forces Gilmore to try to take half a step more than she normally does.
Service over. 12-8.
toughest of this, isn't she?
Yeah. It's also very, very hard to try and cross clear from that position she was in, pawn tip. It takes an awful lot. Any side drift. So maybe we should sort of reconsider this, which side is the good side, because it seems that the players here in this match are winning on the opposite side of the court.
Service over. 9-14.
Yeah. Or at least playing well on the other side of the court, because, I mean, it's only a 5-point gap, so it's definitely still doable for pawn tip.
Yeah, there's no guarantee yet this is going to go to a decider. Gilmore's going to have to maintain a good level. That is a second one that's just
11-14.
beyond where she wanted it.
Yeah, I think the service from pawn tip just touched the net cord and changed direction a little bit, and that's all it takes to sort of get off timing in your shot.
Service over. 15-11. Receive.
Here.
15.
Controlled attack and then push Kirsti Gilmore to the back court.
Well watched by pawn tip, and it's just closed up a little. 5-point leads become just 2 now.
This is one of the situations where Kirsti needs to become better, because she's just blown her lead in no time. And the opponent hasn't really scored on her. It's herself who's sort of made the points for pawn tip. That's another. No.
Wrongly left this time by Gilmore. And it's 15 all now.
15 all.
Suddenly the finishing line's inside, isn't it?
Yeah. Actually, ever since we said, well, I said that I thought she was playing well on that side of the court. She's been playing quite terribly.
So pawn tip
17-15.
getting a second round. Nozomi Okuhara of Japan awaits the winner here. And she's right now looking ever more likely to be pawn tip Duran Pretsetsuk. That's well left again.
18-15.
This is a decisive run of points, you feel, for the Thai player. 7 in a row. And that breaks that little run at least.
16,
Yeah.
18.
Yeah, the umpire keeps calling it Christie. Do you think that bothers her or not? Do you know what I mean? It's not one where you want to say, actually, it's Kirsty,
Yeah.
because you don't want to be rude, do you?
It's
like if I kept calling you Stain all the way through this.
That's my name.
Do
No.
you know what I mean? You might say, well, Richard Layton, you might tell me it's good.
Hopefully she doesn't notice it. She should be totally focused on what's going on the green surface.
A couple of points back.
17, 18.
It's well left. Not easy to let that drop. Trailing by 2 in the second game and down 1 game. You would be tempted to try to return it.
Yeah, well done.
18, all.
Just in the nick of time, she got her game together again. 3 very nice rallies here, but I think it might have cost her dearly the area of mistakes that she made in the middle of this game.
Yeah, from 15-11 up, she was 18-15 down.
Play.
Tries to play it too close. Pawn tip leaves it on her own side.
Oh, well left. That really was a vital rally. I mean, never mind the scoreline, it brings up game points, but I mean, it was one run. She had to move out of the way. Question of button it.
She was flicking sweat off her forehead, and that's not allowed.
Game point denied by a long serve. Not the best of time to do that. Still another game point remains.
Oh, almost left it short. I think it touches the net corner again. The service from pawn tip.
And from saving a couple of game points, pawn tip now has a match point. 40 minutes into this match. There's an opportunity to wrap things up. Played. Facing match point, coming up with the goods there. So 21 points all.
Seems like she hurt her neck or something.
21 all.
Didn't see anything wrong there. And another match point.
I don't think we've seen any short services from Kirsti Gilmore, and that's a little bit surprising because as an attacking player with an attacking playing style, I wouldn't want to give the initiative away all the time on the services.
Well, it's wide from Gilmore. It's been a gallant fight, and well, she had the opportunity here, a couple of game points to make it one game all, but it's Pawn-Tip Buramprat Setsuk who goes through to face Nozomi Okuhara in round 2 of these 2015 World Championships. Pawn-Tip relieved, happy, satisfied to see that one finish wide of the mark. A good match, a fairly tight affair, but Pawn-Tip on top, 21-15, 23-21. Well, we'll play Pawn-Tip, Steen, but there's got to be a few regrets here from Kirsti, particularly when she had that opportunity. She served it long at 2018 up.
Yeah, game points, but yeah, Pawn-Tip should feel satisfied getting away with this in a two-game match. Who knows what might have happened if this went into 3? She might have won anyway, but I think Kirsti Gilmore, she's of course disappointed now, but there's definitely some things in her game that is worth building on, and she shouldn't be too disappointed. She's allowed to make a little bit more mistakes herself because she can create so many points as well. So that's what we see from attacking players, that we also see more mistakes. So we should take that into account, and she just have to go back to Glasgow to work on her game.
Pawn-Tip through to round remains for her. Men's doubles, Baptiste and Ronan Labar up against a Filipino of Magnay and Vivas. Peter Gabriel Magnay and Paul Jefferson Vivas. Plenty more to look forward to. Kento Momota, one of the top players really on court one today. Always good to see him in action up against the big German of Dieter Domke. And then there'll be plenty of home support, won't there, when Lindoweni Fenetri takes on the Dutch player Soraya de Wisch-Eibergen. So this is our next offering, and it's a men's doubles affair. See, whoever does win will have a tough task ahead of them, because Mohammed Hassan, Hendra Setiawan, who of course were the 2000 champions, the number 3 seeds, didn't have the chance to defend their title at Copenhagen. They lie in wait. But still, a chance to push on to the second round and face that dynamic Indonesian pair. The French first and the Filipino pair following on. So can this do what they did at last year's Swiss International final and overcome? It was a match that went all the way to the very final point in a 5-setter, because they were using the 11-point system. Don't know if you're a fan of that, Steve.
I think it's questionable. I think it could do well on the Super Series level, but in the lower where the matches become really
Well, at the Swiss International, when these pairs met, it was 11-10 in the 5th set to Vivas and Magnate. So here is Baptiste Carême, who with his partner Ronan Bar is ranked 34th in the world. And most French players at these World Championships since Paris in 2010. Of course, Peter Gader is the new man in charge. I mean, too early really for him to have had any real significance on the France squad, or can he already?
Yeah, I think something about the motivation for the French. There's no doubt that they're dedicated, and so is the other Danish coach working in France, Jesper Holgaard, be highly motivated to show their new coaches the potential, and they should.
Well, as you've seen, had a couple of semi-finals this year in Peru, Finland, and Swedish Masters. A lot of first-round exits as well. Whereas, as you can see, the Filipino pair ranked 61st, so obviously a higher ranking. And well, quarterfinals in Sri Lanka, semi-finals in Iran, but they struggle to get through qualifiers of events, so they've been playing events like the Swiss Open, Malaysian Open, Singapore Open, not making the main draw.
My guess is that a lot depends on the service situation, the serve and return on the first 2 strokes after that, because of the conditions that we're playing in. Important.
Just have a look at our umpire and the service judge. It's going to be interesting. I mean, the world rankings suggest this should be a comfortable one for the French, but we know, though, after, well, they met back in October, so not that long ago, that obviously it was a very tight matchup. So really, we should pay most attention to that, really, shouldn't we?
Ladies and gentlemen, on my right, Baptiste Carême, Ronalaba, France. And on my left, Peter Gabriel Magnaye, Paul Jefferson Vivas, Philippines. Peter Gabriel Magnaye to serve to Baptiste Carême, level, left.
The bright start, Magnate, with the winner at the net. Very experienced pair, the French. Baptiste Carême, 29. And Labar is 26, so good badminton ages, aren't they, 29?
Quite common peak just for European players.
They have played in the World Championships together before, but that was all the way back in 2009. And they split up, got back together a couple of years ago. So it's actually Roland Labar's the first time he's played since then. Baptiste Carême has for these World Championships. Filipino pair both played in the Worlds back in 2013. Again, not together.
Service over. 5-2.
The Philippine pair for the Rexy Meineke, former world champion and Olympic champion in men's doubles, Indonesian, as their coach. Went to the Philippines for a period after he left Malaysia. Of course, now the head of sports here in Badminton Indonesia. So they must have picked up a few tricks, the master himself.
How long was he in charge?
A couple exact period, but he went back to Indonesia Olympics in 2012 in London.
Service over. 3-6.
Roland Labar's already. Excuse me, Roland Labar's already been winning action today in the mixed doubles. He was here at 9 o'clock this morning, winning on court number 2 against Tien of Malaysia, alongside Emily Lefel. Is that a help or a hindrance playing
today? The more you get to play in the conditions that are here in Istora Senayan, the more you get used to it, the better your timing is, what you have to do.
And it was only 39 minutes on court. It wasn't like it was a long, steamy affair. Yeah, that was much better.
Service over. 6-8. Service over. 9-6.
Couple of loose shots there from the two Philippine players. Opens up a 4-point gap for the French pair.
Oh, it did a point. Well, Carême.
To
go B.
So
Peter Gabriel, the one. Don't give up. They are.
You could also compare
Mistakes.
how
Code 1, 20 seconds. Code 1, 20 seconds.
Four players.
Love all.
Response. You mean the
yeah, they play excellent. Games.
7?
Tournament.
Which was the scoreline in that first game.
Service over. Code 1.
The coach.
Yeah, the match.
9.
Stages yet.
No. I think they won't be able to totally this being the first match. The timing is a bit difficult in this whole shuttle the area well.
Was back in October. As a contest that went the distance. I mean, to the very possible point.
Rayma having side of the court here. Jefferson.
This match.
Service over. 15. 20.
Couple of game points saved. Being paid back. So, who's got the advantage now? I mean,
that's a very good question. I think Labar and Kareem were a bit more convincing on quite low the court. Because they must have a almost missed that. Oh, what a save.
This is turning to win it. Topsy-turvy.
Have all the audience cheering. Labar and Karem.
Ooh. Just wide. Are they challenging her?
Matches, challenge. Ball out.
I'm pretty sure it was out, but I don't think the French pair has used it.
One challenge remaining. Service over. 7-10. Service over. 11-7. Serve. Game ends.
Well, they were convincing, and they were pegged back in the second. Now it's an 11 interval lead for Ron and Labar and back.
The French pair of a different game plan for the opposite side. This the period.
Messi. Messi.
The French coach Jesper Hogo. It's one of the situations where you talk about, because you talk about your strategy. Yeah, I think so. It's just as a coach. What you
French pair. Feel surely that's it. Yeah, second game, but 21. The brilliance wasn't there from Agne and V. Couldn't maintain it. So men's doubles is Momo 14 at the Friday with Linda Kita. So draw, as you can see, tie up against Ellison Language, the English pair coming to the Italians 10-20 who are waiting. The Indian.
Have a toss. Reaches the court.
Don't know if you've been following the case of the Israeli Misha Zilberman.
Briefly.
Yeah,
briefly.
Well, apparently the news is a visa matches tomorrow. So
that's good news.
yes, it is indeed. A shame for a player. French chance. Indian pair. Prolific winners in 2013, won 5 times some minor events. They won once last year as well. The 109th, I assume, just they haven't played enough badminton to get the not being the case. They've been usurped by the Meet Ready Championships and the Wildcard together. Ratio, I mean, event in quarterfinals at the Polish Open. It's galore.
On its way. That's a more stadium.
I mean, the world rankings, you know, there was 77 places between them.
Yeah.
But that can be deceiving sometimes, can't it?
Yeah, and you know, the Russians, they have good sparring back home with the reigning European champion. Some of
Love play. Love.
problems with the timing in here when actually you use a big arm swing to back.
Service over. 1-all.
Yeah, nice eyes there.
2-1.
Nothing more.
India has just recently hired Tien of Malaysia as the new dedicated coach. A new position in Indian badminton.
Side of the game, it's very healthy. Of course, they have one of of course, Manu and Sumit.
Seems to be
comfortable.
Starter power. Very, very short movement there.
That's good. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Service over. Service over. 7-9.
What about Russian badminton? Obviously, we're talking about and how well a bit of depth. Some.
Let me see. This will be a goal for Sosunov Ivanov.
I mean, in terms of numbers, you know, you'd feel as India, I suppose.
Even bigger potential. Lots of academies in India and lots of television time. Even
service over.
Tier players that
a little bit of
by Chopra and Dewalka. A lot of battle for the attack here. No one really wants to lift if they can avoid it.
Service over. 3-4.
Placement by Dewalka just outside the reach of this man, Nikita. Coming forward, trying to take the initiative. Just out of reach. I wonder if it would be wide if he had not touched it.
Getting some joy, aren't they, like that?
Yeah, and the momentum has shifted to the pair.
Service over. 4-6.
He's playing well now, Akshay Dewalka, really taking some responsibility for the combination. Challenging on the front court.
8-4. 9-4.
And they're not winning the flat rallies anymore, the Russians, or even getting an advantage out of playing flat.
Why is that? Is it something that the Indian pair have done to nullify it?
I think they've played some quite clever shots. They're perhaps a little bit more ready, and then also they get a little bit of help from the drift in the hall.
I mean,
11-4 in the
and they push in the flat game. It comes a little bit faster towards the Russians, so they need to be extra ready.
Yeah, they haven't just fought back here. I mean, they're completely on top at 11-4 up at the interval. 5 points in a row to take them to this spot, and very much look as if we're going to get a third and decisive set here.
Court 1, 20 seconds. Court 1, 20 seconds. Coach, thank you. Play. Service for.
Yeah. Strike above the waist.
5-11. Service over. 12-5.
Excellent flat
13-5.
game there from Chopra.
He's 22 now, Chopra. He was regarded a few years ago as the next big thing as far as Indian badminton was concerned, especially doubles, but hasn't quite pushed on in the way that I think most expect it.
It's hard when you don't have any strong doubles players to spar against. I mean, now they have, as we discussed, Sumit Reddy and Manu Attri, but they're pretty much the same level as this pair. Perhaps a little bit better, that could be discussed. But anyway, there's no one to sort of drag you up to top 15. You have to walk the footsteps yourself. You have all the decisions, and no one is helping you get better. No one is helping you get a quicker defense because you're the best in the country.
But what will a new doubles coach bring to that?
6-6.
He can't change that situation. Perhaps he can arrange some sparring with some Malaysian pairs, but depends. I mean, they're probably not going to be in the daily practice, so that remains to be seen if he can sort of be of help in that situation. For the singles players, they've had to do the same. I mean, Kashyap and Saina came players at quite an early age. So continuation is important for a country.
Service over. 8-17.
All about getting ready for the third game now, isn't it, really?
Yeah, it seems like they've given up. The Russians don't want to waste
8-8.
too much energy on this second game. And I can understand it, but it's also a little bit risky because they need to sort of get a feel for how are we going to tackle this situation when we change the mid-game interval in the third game. And they can be absolutely sure that the Indian pair, they've got another strategy for the first part of the third game than they came up with here in the first game that they lost 21-17.
Service over, 19-9.
Amazing turn things have taken here. I was quite impressed by the Russians after the first game, but no, not so much.
Rally, which is
a good move there by Kakimo, but way too late here in the second game.
Do not intimidate my service. Yeah, but do not intimidate, okay? Just ask my permission, okay? Aside, do not throw out. Play.
Nine.
Service over.
Game points for Chopra and Dewalka.
Yeah, we're all set. That's about now. That's impressive. So, who's going to gain the authority? 17 to the Russians in the first, 21-11 Indians. I'm sure. What would they make of what they're seeing here?
They probably expected to beat Chopra and Akshay Dewalka. Probably watched some video as well that just to see if there's something new in it, and they probably will notice that they became much more creative in the second game. They're going to look really close a match here in the hall before the winners here. And I have a feeling that Chopra will the Russians.
Well, we see the game what they're capable of, but it was pretty emphatic, the response.
Yeah.
Final game. Love all. Play. One love.
All across the backhand side of the Russians.
It's over. 2. Service over. 3-2.
Courage. Russians try to inject pace in this cross-court drop, block, whatever we should call it. Totally changes the initiative in the rally. The first game a little reluctant and hesitating, Devalka, but he's certainly redeemed himself. Right now, the dominating player of the match.
I'm just trying to see if this develop a pattern. Obviously, the pushed ahead narrowly here.
Serves over. 4-5.
Some interesting matches. Qualifying like tomorrow. Of course, the World Championships really see all the big names arriving. It's that we see.
Serves over.
They're looking on their toes right now, aren't they, the Indian pair? They look sprightly.
9-5.
They run up points together.
Easy in inside, but good idea.
10.
There we go, 11-7 the lead, and after losing the first set, it wasn't Chopra and Devalka, but got better right now. Kuznetsov. Indian game.
Now can they, like we've seen
11-7.
Devalka and Chopra do.
Play. Service over. 8. It's over. 12-8. Over. 9.
A few more twists in this men's doubles affair.
There could be, because I think they've backed a little bit, the Indian pair. It's like they feel that they have to defend 7. It's not the case. End it.
Service. Service over.
These two.
Definitely.
Do not shout towards your opponent.
Not allowed to shout. Oh, great play. Yeah, and the plan is the same for the Russians. I mean, they need to get the attack.
14.
just 3 points, so they're still very much in it. Can they close? That's 1 point. Oh.
Not with a service fault.
Service over. 15-11.
Well left by Chopra.
Excellent coverage there.
11.
In the end, it's looking pretty comfortable, which is a bit of surprise after what we saw in the opening 15 minutes or so of this match.
Yeah, good comeback by the Indian double, and
11.
you lose the first game in a first match in an important tournament. It's not always you come back to win, can win.
Are through to these World Championship, given a bit of a fright in that first game. Kuznetsov and Kakimov, but Pranav Jerry, Chopra and Akshay Dewalka won the next two, 21-11, 21-11. That is worth a high five or two.
Match won by Pranav Jerry Chopra and Akshay Dewalka, 17-21, 21-11, 11.
Yeah, decisive scoreline. Three.
There's a look at the order of play then. Kento Momota, the fourth seed, up against the big towering German, almost 2 meters tall, Dieter Dorm. Fourth seed against the German. Japanese against Germany. The lefty, the young 20-year-old from World Rank. That's what we will be. Company of Paul Hand. I'm delighted to say Jill Clark's alongside me as well. Should be a cracking match, this one, though. Japan against Germany. Fourth, really explosive and unpredictable, very Lindan-like.
Yeah, match up to make Dieter Dormka to practice or spot want to come up against, because he's always a look. You can see as to it really is quite a difference.
Won the Open back here. One of 2 wins this year for the Japanese. Also won the Singapore Open as well. So first round in Copenhagen in the world, had a winning encounter. Only 20 years old. Just junior. That's something, isn't it?
It's remarkable, isn't it?
He is a towering giant. It's funny, we got into conversation with Stina there. It's all about speed and agility. But it's a lot to carry, I guess.
Yeah, I'm thinking about it, because there is a regular player on the wall that's taller than Dormka, and that's a men's doubles. But I think Dormka is probably the tallest men's singles player on the world tour.
Interesting. Kazakh born, 28 years old, ranked 80th in the world, up against the in the world, and on to the since last year's. He also made in the French Open quarterfinal. Open as well. One would suggest he's not international. Played 8 tournaments since his loss in round 2 of the World Championships last year in Copenhagen. Beat Kashyap Parapali and then lost to Lee Chong Wei. No surprise there. There's confirmation of the umpire and his scorer as well, presiding over this one. Dormka over the 4 career titles. It's been the Hungarian international 9. International in 20.
Oh, the challenge here.
Challenge.
Well, I must admit, I'm with it. Oh, Jill, you're right. Do you have yours with sugar? The only options I've got are lemon tea or English bread. Dieter Dormka, who remains calm under pressure. He's got a lot of work to do here. 2 points away from round 2. Oh, all the answers. Discredit to Dieter Dormka, who's a really good player, as we know, but he's been outclassed. Most departments this evening. 8 players to the delight of
remarkable finish, wasn't it? Straight point, just extraordinary. Look at that net court. When things are going with you, even the luck seems to work as well.
Well, really good front run. He's player. He's safely through to round 2. New women's singles action next. Between match. Do stay with us. We've still got 36 minutes. That's all it took. Kenta Momota, Dieter Dormka. 21-17, 21-8. We saw the Japanese 4 seed safely through, and in fact, order of play, Soraya Devish, Heiberg, Lindaweni, Fanetri. Do stay with us for this one. Just awaiting the walk-on of our players. Should be a cracker.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this because Lindaweni Fanetri, of course, support, and she's a player that problems.
This women's singles is from the very top of the bottom of the draw. You can see that the seed awaits Mitani, the 13th seed.
Singles twice, the very first World Championships. That, of course.
A little bit of hesitancy there by the door to that point indeed in this event. For the time being, our attention on these two in this Dutch-Indonesian encounter. There's the lady they're all cheering for in red. It's been as high as 11th in the world. Currently stands at 30th in August 2013. It slipped in April down to 50th. It's been yo-yoing a little bit. Obviously, she's only 26 years old. But last year, number 16, which is very good work today. Soraya Devish Heibergen, the Dutch #1 singles hander, only 22 years old. And, she twice came national, 2015, and also international too. Made the semi-finals in Turkey and an international 2014. A couple of her name as well. And also the Polish Open 2015. So it's not all been plain sailing for their rankings at 74th. There's a 30th, so considerably higher, over 40 places between them. 26-year-old posted a couple of quarter-final showings. Bitburger Open and here in the Indonesian Open, where I'm sure she is delighted to be back on home soil. Just recognising our umpire there from India as well. Gub. So the service judge on the right there, sitting pretty, as is the umpire. Singles, of course, China have won 21 up for grabs since the refreshingly China women's singles draw. All 16 seeds have had byes through to round 2 on merit. Netherlands have won 2 medals at World Championship level. Indonesia 67. They've pocketed 20 gold medals. Netherlands have just 1 silver and bronze. Don't ask me who.
Championships, women's doubles, silver medal, Joka van Bossicum and Reda. And of course, in Birmingham in 2003, they won a bronze with Mir Ordina. And Mir Ordina, of course, was in Indonesia and in fact represented Indonesia for many years before she married a citizen and started the Netherlands. So it's women who've won medals at World. But I think we ought to make note of the last time that Indonesia won a women's singles medal, and that was some considerable time. And by my calculation, it's 20 years ago.
Indonesia's sort of players' shoulders, can't it, a little bit, because you've got to manage that expectancy and kind of just say, well, okay, do you know what, I'm just going to do my best out here, but there's a flip side to that support as well. That's right, very tricky. Good while you're winning, basically. Fabulous reflex off the smash from the player from the Netherlands. Never met before, these two. So just early doors, still probing and feeling, looking for weaknesses, as indeed is the coach courtside.
Ah, that's interesting, Paul. Did you see that little jump up and down, skip on the spot from Linda Weni Fanatri? And that, to me, is a sign that she's just trying to get rid of her nerves.
What an angle. It's a wonderful off smash, wasn't it? That'll certainly release the nerves of the Dutch player, you'd imagine, as well. It often takes one really solid point like that, doesn't it, just to shake the shackles. Who won that point? No prizes for that one.
Oh, that's nice.
Brilliant overhead again. She's shown us the off overhead, and that one coming around the right-hand side of the shuttle. Masterful control. home of world badminton, isn't it? Where all the players want to play.
It's certainly an iconic venue. I mean, I loved playing here. It was the whole atmosphere, even when I was playing against Indonesian players, you know, to have all the fans watching and getting so involved. And it's not just the, as you listen to that, they cheer as their Indonesian player is about to hit the shuttle, and boo when the opponent is about to hit the shuttle, which it seems unsporting, but it's not. As a player out on court, just the whole noise, the fact that people are watching, it's terrific to play here.
And they're badminton knowledgeable as well, aren't they?
They are,
really
absolutely.
know it and love it. But she's holding her own, despite the wall of noise that she's playing against.
On.
44 places between them on the world ranking list. And at the moment, just 1 point between them. Okay, of course it's early doors in this women's first round singles, but both of them have hit the ground running.
That is a lovely angle, and I've noticed a number of occasions from that deep forehand side. She's played that cross court. It's almost a fast drop shot. It's not as much as a smash. It's not necessarily a slice shot, but she's just making sure that she gets the acute angle.
Yeah, she's got a lot of efficient versatility with that forehand smash. And talking of quality, did you see the last return?
Yeah.
Finetri, wonderful. Killed the speed off of that serve beautifully. Just the disguise from the Indonesians, completely knocking Hayakawa off balance then.
And I think you've summed it up there, Paul. If I had to say what's the difference between these two players, I'd say that the disguise of Linda Finetri is superior to her opponent. I think Divish Hayakawa is a developing player, so I think she's a nice natural athlete. Physically, she can get stronger so that her movement is a little more controlled around the court, and perhaps work on developing some explosive power.
Yes, in and out of those corners with just a little bit more efficiency. She's only 22 years old, isn't she?
Yeah.
4 years her opponent's junior. But she had a good junior career, did Soraya, 2011 and 2012 national junior champion. Won the Dutch International last year.
That is delightful. What a way to get to the mid-game interval. Wonderful block. Look at the control of this. And she's lunging on the wrong leg. Normally in badminton, you always lunge the racket side. So just their footwork looks all wrong, but she was in perfect balance. And that was just delightful.
Something you notice, well, I notice, being relatively young to badminton, is the end range control of the higher ranked players is just admirable. Really good to watch.
Court 1, 20 seconds. Court 1, 20 seconds.
Very animated coach there.
Thank you, coach.
Cutting an energized figure, as indeed is the Dutch coach as well. They've got just that narrow time window to get those instructions across. in a very noisy stadium as well. It's all about concision from the coach. He's got to get it right within a couple of sentences. A very narrow thought bridge that the player will cross during a performance. They don't want to be holding too many thoughts. It's too distracting. It's got to be fairly reflexive and impulsive. Well, a rare overhead miss from Hayakawa there. Suddenly, Fenetri starting to turn the screw.
Yeah, I make this 6 straight points. I think she was 6-8 down. 7 straight points. And to me, that really signals a change in momentum. After the perhaps nervous start by Indawemi Fenetri.
Will that stop the rot?
9-13.
Only 1 in 8 points won by the young Dutch player. As she goes to change the shuttle, can she regroup and build on that now? It's all about runs of points, of course, to try and recapture that momentum. Again, showing us how secure she is up above, Jill.
Yeah, this is the thing. You know, you've got one player who's got delightful racket skills in the Indonesian. You've got the Dutch player who tactically is so astute. And it's making for a wonderfully intriguing women's singles contest. I mean, both players really using what they've got and their best qualities to the best of their ability. That's great disguise, but it's gone just long.
It's over. 14-10.
It seems the early indications are that Fenetri is just a little bit more imaginative, a little bit more left brain. Definitely has a little bit more disguise.
Don't you just love it when a player proves us wrong? Well done, Sarai. That was super, using a bit of disguise herself. But, you know, in all honesty, I have to agree with you, Paul, because, you know, I'm looking at some of the results that Fenetri has had over the years. She's beaten Wang Yihan, former world champion. She's beaten Li Shuirei. Okay, going back 5 years before Li Shuirei had become the Olympic champion, but she's still beaten her. She's beaten Saina Nehwal, Tai Su Ying, who's, you know, I think the number 4 seed here at the World Championships. She's had big wins, so she has the weapons to really challenge the top players in the world. In my opinion, she is so much better than a 30 world ranking, but it's been the injury problems.
That's the thing, isn't it? Badminton at this level, it's just lights out, and if there's any niggles, then you really are quite exposed. Such an intensive, physically demanding sport, and just great to watch. So, Dutch lady, 3 points adrift in this compelling watch.
Oh, that's good judgment.
That's local knowledge right there, isn't it? Very aware of that slight subtle drift from left to right. Again, masterful control from Linda Wiener. How short that drop was.
Oh, that is well taken.
Like you say, Jill, she seems technically very adept, the young Dutch player, doesn't she? And very up together, but it's just that little bit readable without being critical. Do you know what I mean? And you'd feel that that will evolve.
It will evolve.
The disguise
and what I like so much about her is that she's playing the right shot at the right time. The number of times she plays a winner because she's directing the shuttle in exactly the right place.
Beaten for pace on that backhand. So, Linda Wiener Fanetri, the local player, ranked 30th in the world, closing in on game one. Fairly fast, you feel here. Dutch player, still 5 points adrift. Inside the back line, misjudgment by Bergen there.
13.
2 points from the first game now then. Beautifully done. Everybody thought that was spilling wide, but it found its mark.
Point. 13.
Here's Fanetri then, poised on the cusp of the first game here in this first round women's singles match. That's a wonderful finish. 21-13 then. The Indonesian player, ranked 30th in the world, seals the first game. And it was a close game at that.
It was, but what's significant to me is that Linda Wiener Fanetri won 15 of the last 20 points from 6-8 down, and that to me is, if I'm the Dutch player or the Dutch coaches, is a worry. But all credit to the Indonesian. Look at that, that is just delightful.
She's gone these 21 points to 15 against Soraya Davish Eibergen, the young Dutch player, only 22 years old. In this crackling atmosphere out here at the Estora Stadium.
Oh, yes. Look at that. Well, starting this second game as she left off the first, Fanetri.
Often seems, Jill, to take just a little while to settle as they change ends, doesn't it? What with the very subtle change in drift. Not that it's much, but you can see there, Fanetri just getting that slightly wrong. She'll have to gun more towards the backhand corner of the Dutch player, you'd imagine.
Down as a hideous miss. Half-court lift. No, she won't be happy with herself there. Really. 99 times out of 100, she would have played a winner from that. Yeah, that's the one. Do you remember in the opening game, Paul, I was talking about not having the physicality to get out of trouble? And that last shot from Devish, that was the sort of thing where she's really got to work on it. And physically, she's got to get herself in position. It's not just creating more power technically with the backhand. You've got to get yourself in position to play what we call that round the head shot. Like that. Brilliant. Instead of just being almost lazy, not moving the feet and playing the backhand. That's the sort of movement she needs.
Is that just a lot of exposure to working in and out of corners, Jill, and getting badminton strong, or is that time in the gym, do you feel?
Time in the gym as much as anything, as well as the footwork patterns. We call it shadow work. I know a lot of sports do it. I see footballers doing shadow work. I see tennis players doing shadow work. You know, everybody does it so that you just get used to the footwork movement and it becomes second nature to you.
Well, it's interesting because we're staying at the Players Hotel, and out beside the pool there's a terrace that I overlook every morning. They're all out there doing these sort of footwork patterns very aggressively, almost just to simulate the upcoming match. They've got the bands out. You go to the gym, they're contorting themselves into all sorts of stretched positions, and the kettlebells are whizzing around. The weights are being thrown about as well. Only light weights, of course, during competition. It's all being used. They're very professional now, and sports science is meticulous in that regard.
You see, when she moved her feet there and played the round the head shot, all of a sudden she's got options. She went for the cross-court smash. I know she missed, but look at this. This is lovely. Now, as she's landing, she's trying to transfer the body weight so that she comes back towards the center of the court. But she needs to get a little stronger so that as she's landing, there's an explosive push forward towards the center of the court at the moment. There's a very, very slight hesitation. As soon as she turns to play the high backhand, she's in trouble.
7-3.
Yes, that slight physical vulnerability just exposed at this, the highest level in world badminton. Level 1 championships, of course, big points on offer. Players desperate to do well here.
Good rally. Oh, wonderful net shot. Paul, I hope I wasn't sounding too negative about Devish either. Because
no, very informative, far from it.
Because, you know, it sounds as if I'm saying she needs to improve that and this, that, and the next thing. To me, she's one of the most talented individuals, not just in Holland, in the whole of Europe. Yeah. And I can see how she could get so much better.
Absolutely. And she would want to hear that, you would imagine. Players normally their own best critics. It's all about evolving to the next level, isn't it?
Yeah.
Depends, of course, on the aspirations of the person.
Now you see the movement coming forward there. She didn't go into a deep enough lunge. Again, it's the physicality or lack of it in the legs, and therefore getting back to the base position. We always in sport, we look at how quickly you get to the ball or the shuttle or, you know, whatever, whether it's football or, again, badminton. but it's the recovery.
It's the split-step quality.
Yep. Get back to that base position, ready for the next shot. As important as getting to the shuttle early in the first place.
Excellent work from both, but Finetri very much in a dominant position now, just exposing the wide backhand of the young Dutch player again and again, and sensibly playing sort of into the drift, if you will. Oh, that's a beautiful shot.
Yeah.
Misjudged by Linda there on a rare occasion. But principally because I think Devish had her off balance. She was a little disorientated. Well, the Indonesian will go into the mid-game interval. Feeling pretty good about herself now.
Yeah, she's flowing.
Position.
She's flowing. You've got to ask a question, though. That shuttle nowhere near the sideline as far as playing a backhand is concerned. And that's sort of a big no in women's singles. You've got to be playing that round the head position. That's interesting. What are they talking about? Flat play or something? I'd love to hear what they're saying, I know that. But just looking at his gestures, the Dutch coach there seemed to be saying something about crouching down or playing flatter.
It's that little window where the coach can really earn their keep. Winner of this match plays the 13th seed. Also from Japan. We spoke of that at the top of the programme. The World Championships. The 7th seed up against Peter Kukal of the Czech Republic. That should be a cracker as well. Do stay with us for that 15th offering today. Oh, she's found it. Beautiful smash.
Just proving my point.
11.
Play that round the head. You've got options. Look at this. It's worth the hard work physically to get the feet in position. She could have played straight down the line, down the forehand side of Finetri. Instead, just turns that racket head at the last moment.
Well as well, doesn't she? It's
Absolutely.
a good skill.
Absolutely.
Still got a lot of work to do, though. Lady in red, very much in the driving seat out here. Oh, brilliant again from the Dutch player.
Well, now I've got to eat my words. A winning backhand, that's fantastic.
But you're absolutely right, that's been the area she's been exposed in, just that little bit. It's fairly evident. But she's young, she's got plenty of time to work on that. Wow, almost a brilliant recovery. Ball, the shuttle just spilling long over the back line there. What a comeback from Soraya Devish Ibergen here. 3 in a row.
Yeah, and I love to see this. It would be so easy for the younger of the two players. Again, down 6 points adrift at the mid-game interval. Would be so easy to say, you know, I'm playing the better player today, but she's in there fighting. I don't know what her coach said to her, but whatever it was, it's worked, that mid-game interval. It's great to see.
taking her time, rightly, just compounding the pressure back onto her opponent. Still 3 points between them in the second game. Just looks to be playing within herself that little bit more to me. There was a couple of shots prior that I thought might have been drifting out of court over to the right sideline, but they were both played back nonetheless. The Indonesian.
Rushali Upade, umpire from India, just saying don't wander around the courts. Play will be continuous. Well, after such a good long rally, I think I'd be wandering around the court too. But rules are rules, and they're there for a purpose.
Good leave there from Lindawina Fenetri. Very clear-headed under pressure. Running with the lead nicely now. Dutch player having had a run of 3 consecutive points, and now the Indonesian with 2 of her own. Can she compound the misery on Eibergen?
Oh, it's a good return of serve.
Service over. 9-13.
I just get the feeling, Paul, that Fenetri is commanding the rallies. Do you know what I mean by that? She's dictating the pace. She's the one that's punching the clear, then going for the angle. And I'd love to see Divish Eibergen actually commanding the rallies herself a little bit more. Taking a little more initiative. To me, she's reactive instead of proactive.
Does that again come back to the strength issue ever so slightly? Makes you wonder. Wonderful. Overhead from the top draw.
9.
Such disguise. Very difficult to get a read on that smash. Crowd delighted with what they're seeing. The volume's gone up a couple of notches.
Oh, that is unbelievable. There was a net cord there, perfect spinning net shot from Lindawina, and her opponents hit a net cord back off the net cord, surely. Well, it wasn't a net cord, it was just tight spinning. Look at that, though. Look how the shuttle tumbles as it goes over the net. That is remarkable.
Clear was too short. Got what it deserved.
Once again, who's dictating the pace? Who's commanding the rally?
She's another of these players, like the Japanese player Momota, the 4th seed in the men's singles that we saw win earlier on this court, who just seems to be a step ahead, frankly. Something that comes with experience, of course, and time on the match court.
Oh, yeah, indecision.
17-10.
So a 7-point advantage then to Lindawina Fenetri. Closing in on round 2, you feel. Just 4 points away from a berth in round 2. Can this young lady pull it out of the fire?
What?
She's still got time to respond.
Over. 11.
But she'll have to dig deep mentally and show real attitude and application She's very focused. She's certainly not thrown the towel in yet, that's for sure. But has she got what it takes to turn this one around? Quick fist punch in the air, then that reaction from Fenetri said it all. She knew how pivotal that point was.
Yeah, she mustn't try and finish it off too quickly.
18.
Fenetri going for a winner that really wasn't... Oh, no, perhaps just trying to play it too close to the line. I thought that was very nearly coming back in.
I did too. Where's the drift when you need it? It wasn't very apparent there, was it? To her frustration, you'd imagine. And to her delight. 5 points between them still.
Oh, that's a great follow-up.
14. 18.
Really impressed with the Dutch national champion, showing a lot of character out here under fire and under the merciless chants from the crowd. And
Service over. 19. 14.
Fenetri 2 points away from the W. Wonderful work with the off smash to finish the point. What a rally that was, Jill.
Yes, tactically very astute again. And when, once again, she works the feet to get herself in position, she's got that option of that cross-court smash.
Crowd assisting the Indonesian get across the finish line here. Been boisterous throughout in a positive way. So 5 match points then for Lindoini Fenetri to close this match out. She only needs one. 21-13, 21-15. With a joyous smile at the end of that one. Relief for Lindoina Fenetri, the 30th world ranked player, former 11th world ranked player a couple of years ago. She's had her ups and downs with injury and what have you, but really showing her pedigree this evening. She's delighted to come through that opening round women's singles encounter. A big sigh of relief for her and all the fans around this Mistura Stadium, you'd imagine. So she secures a berth in round 2. It'd be harsh to say that she totally orchestrated affairs out here, but she was very, very deceptive, very disguised when she needed to be. But all credit to the Dutch player. A real talent she is, and I'm sure she'll go on to great things herself. But there we are, confirmation of the result then. 21-13, 21-15 in just 42 minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, the last match of this team will be on court 1. And singles number 5. Please welcome technical officials. Hayakawa, Christine Malaysia. And the solution.
So just to remind you, there we are then, just confirmation of the last 4 matches and the results there, and the upcoming match, Victor Axelsen, the 7th seed. What a treat that'll be to watch him play and open his campaign here in the 2015 World Championships from Jakarta, up against Peter Kukal of the Czech Republic. Do stay with us for that one. This is the last offering of the day. That'll be our 15th match, having been on air since 9 AM. You can catch us tomorrow for more first round singles action as well, but do stay with us for this last upcoming match. Shortly we're awaiting our players. The big tall Dane against the man from the Czech Republic should be a real intriguing watch. There we are, they're part of the draw then. Adrian Ziolko awaits, having had a win over Vladimir Malkov earlier.
And how nice to see a Pranoy, the number 11 seed, back on the world circuit. This is his first tournament since breaking a toe. So lovely to see him back.
Here he comes then. Victor Axelsen from Odense, birthplace of Hans Christian Andersen. 6'5", 21 years old, up against the 29-year-old from Prague, Peter Kukal from the Czech Republic, 1'92" himself.
What's that? Just over 6'3", 6'3"
I think it is, yeah, marginally like shorter. Yeah. I'd say he's a couple of inches shorter than Victor. The fresh-faced Victor Axelsen, been as high as 6th in the world in March of this year, currently ranked 7th. Kukal, well, he's ranked 49th. He's been as high as 38th in the world in September 5 years ago, 2010.
Both considerably taller. Is that Crystal Tan? No, umpire, I'm not quite sure. But both towering over her.
Victor Axelsen, of course, he was the bronze medalist in this event in Copenhagen last year. And his opponent lost in the 2nd round. Interesting story there, Jill, isn't there, about Carl? He cites ambition to be a top World Championship 2014. Made a couple of quarterfinals, the Scottish Open and the Sri Lankan International. And 3 second-round appearances as well. Swedish Masters, Polish Open as well. And he lost 9 first-round matches. There's a confirmation of our service judge and the umpire as well, as we just
ready to play,
undergoing the last minute or so of the warm-up. These two pretty much ready to go. Just building up then to a men's first-round singles encounter between the 7th seed and the man from the Czech Republic. It's our last offering today, our 15th match of the day. We'll be back with 6 more days of coverage all the way through, continuing coverage throughout the course of this week. We've seen some terrific matches today. We've had 6 men's singles, 2 mixed doubles, 2 women's, 2 men's doubles, and 3 women's singles as well. So plenty for badminton fans to gorge themselves on in this badminton bonanza. There we are, you see this so often, don't you? The customary shadow swinging and lunging. Now, nervous moments for the Seed, you'd imagine. Jill with the expectation on his shoulders, frankly. And defending points, of course, from the bronze medal of last year.
True, but I think he's such a well-balanced young man, is Victor Axelsen. He's a charming character. I can remember the first time I ever met him, he came out of a lift and said, "Hello, Jill," and I thought, how on earth does he know who I am? I'm a totally different generation, always makes time to speak to me and say good morning and so on. Lovely man.
And I hear that he's utterly professional as well, gets to bed early and really puts his badminton first in his life. So real credit to his professionalism.
On my right, Victor Axelsen, Denmark. And on my left, Peter Koka, Czech Republic. Victor to serve, love all, play.
So the towering Dane gets us underway and indeed gets his scoreboard reeling.
Well, there was slight hesitation there from Axelsen as to whether he should play the net shot, and that hesitation, and he played a very loose there. Took it so late, I think he was going to leave it. Oh, that's nice. He's an inspirational character, though, isn't he, Peter Kukal?
1.
Very much so.
He's a huge star in his home country.
Been as high as 38th in the world.
Service over. 2-0.
Early doors out here then, just probing each other's games. Never met before, these two.
Oh, look at that defence.
Well, again, hesitancy from the 7th seed. Just
3-2.
a couple of strange decisions. Still yet to settle, you feel. It's a sign of nerves, normally. Just needs to ignite his performance with a really good point. That'll get him up and running.
Service over. 3-0.
That's clever, isn't it? Not going for full power, going for angle.
4-3.
Look at that defensive shot first, too.
Nothing hesitant about that.
5-3.
Back-to-back points then for Axelsen. Wonderful touch. Normally, I would imagine the big, tall, strong men as not having such good soft hands at end range, but just exquisite from Axelsen in that regard so far.
Yeah, I think he's a very complete player. Physically, he's strong. Tactically, he's very astute. Racket skills are lovely. And as you've already said, his professionalism, his dedication to the sport, you know, well, he's already a star. I mean, he's a top 10 player, already a bronze medalist in World Championships, but he's not content with that. He wants to go further. He wants gold, you know, and that sort of dedication to try and achieve that is...
It's a certain personality type,
Yeah.
isn't it, that drives you
Yeah.
beyond the comfort of being already, you know, well secure within your sport.
Yeah.
Just wanting to go that extra distance to get right to the top. He carries himself well, though. Indeed, both men are very strong in the core. They've got good poise and presence on the court and balance.
Service over. 7-4.
So a slight lead of 3 points already to the 7th seed. And again, Kukal just misreading the drift from left to right on our picture.
Yeah, that's a good smash. Beaten by the sheer power.
5-8.
Buckling. Quality of return from Axelsen set the point up nicely. So accurate, so quick to pounce.
5.
So extending his lead to a 4-point advantage now.
10-5. Service fault call.
Oh, service fault called, struck
Service
above the
over.
waist.
6-10. Yes.
Well, yeah, he's surprised at that, and so am I. But no argument.
Victor? No. Okay.
Oh, that's nice.
Oh, brilliant rally from Kukal. What a finish as well. Axelsen looked in complete balance throughout and poised through that point, but wonderful smash put away here.
Yeah, this is his 7th World Championships for Kukal.
8 years older than Axelsen. That explains it.
Yeah, I like that too.
8.
Having played the powerful smash to win the last rally, that one was all about angle and placement. Look, only just clipping that racket head over the top of the shuttle, no real follow-through.
And considering he's under scoreboard pressure as well, fabulous.
Yeah.
Service over. 11.
That was a very, very late call. A very assured call in the end, but very late. Kukal suggesting he wants to go to challenge that one. Let's go upstairs and see what Hawkeye has to offer.
Well, I'm surprised he's allowed to. The challenge has to be immediate.
But the call wasn't immediate. I think that was the issue. It was very, very late. Kukal responded as quickly as he could, I felt. There was real hesitancy from the lines judge.
No, and of course, if it was out, then the mid-game interval will only start from when the Hawkeye call is made.
Yeah, and of course there's a sort of challenge, isn't there, between the lines judges to sort of hold their dignity intact and not be wronged by a challenge. Let's have a look. In or out? Oh, it was on the line.
Oh, what a good challenge. Well, well, well.
So credit to Kukal there, keeping his wits about him. Correct challenge, so he still has 2 left.
Challenge, correction, in. Service over.
So a 2-point advantage then for the 7th seed as they head to the mid-game interval. Just a quick chat with the coach. As the court attendants get busy and just mop up any drops of sweat.
Kenneth Jonassen, the Danish coach there, former world number 2, former coach in England as well. And it's interesting, Peter Furcal doesn't have a coach with him.
Well, as you say, Julie, he's obviously a man of experience, isn't he? If it's his 7th World Championships, 29 years of age, he's been around the block.
Yeah, his first World Championships was 10 years ago.
(11-9). Play.
Can't be the only player from the Czech Republic here, though, in Jakarta, is he? You'd think one of his teammates might come down and sit on the coach's bench. Maybe he doesn't want it. Maybe he doesn't like it. I didn't like coaching. Well, we weren't allowed coaching in my day, in mid-game intervals and between games. Only between the 2nd and the 3rd game, if it went to a decider, you were allowed coach's advice. So, you know, maybe that he just doesn't want coaches sitting courtside.
It's a very personal thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Who knows? Oh, fabulous.
Yeah.
12-11.
Both men really dialed in from the off. We've had quality here in his men's first round singles. Last match of the day here. Quick to close the net down.
Service over. 12.
An awful lot of this is about which player is getting on the attack first. I think the aggressor is winning more of the rallies. So if you're having to react to the, there we go again. First player to hit in a downward direction wins the rally. It's not always the case in singles, and definitely not women's singles.
13.
An awful lot about
12.
trying to outmaneuver your opponent first, but we've got such tall athletes on court that the attacking play, they're playing with such angle that defensively there really is only one option, and that's back to the net. So if you can close that net down.
Yes, anything that sits up above that net band height is normally crushed,
13.
isn't it, by these towering giants.
Service over. 14-13.
Yeah, very short rallies.
Kukal with the single point advantage. Doing very, very well to turn things around and lead again.
Service over. 14-0.
Oh, my goodness. Take that. What a backhand smash.
14.
So loose, so languid, so powerful up there.
Okay.
Synonymous normally with a forehand smash, that kind of power.
Now, hang on. What's happening here? Now, Kukal wanted the shuttle changed.
Play on.
Very close first game.
Oh, that's a good lift.
Oh, quality rally. Kukal with some excellent backhand drop shots there. To no avail in the end, though. Axelsen wise to it.
Oh, look at that angle on that smash again.
17-14.
So at the sharp end of the first game, Axelsen, the 7th seed, you feel, starting to accelerate away from Kukal. Kukal just gesturing to the umpire, I need to towel down.
Yeah, and Axelsen's not happy that
No.
he's allowed to.
It was a momentum stopper, really,
Yeah.
wasn't it, you feel, to be brutally honest.
Yeah, look at him. Having a word with the umpire and saying, why? I was on a little run there.
Yeah, he's got a point, hasn't he? Desperate to compound his momentum.
Oh, that was going wide. Now, won the point anyway, Axelsen.
18-14.
I make that 6 straight points, is that right?
I think so. 2 points away from the opening game now then, the 7th seed. Things looking up. The man who's yet to secure a title in 2015. He's had 3 runner-up spots. There's Axelsen. Indian Open, Swiss Open, Australian Open. But he does indeed take that opening game. 21 points to 14 to Victor Axelsen from Denmark. That's the start that he wanted.
Yeah, and on a run of 8 straight points. 13-14 down. Goes straight through is remarkable.
Confirmation then of the score, 21-14 to the 7th seed after just 15 minutes of play. Is it, Jill, all about Kukal getting Axelsen just to hit the shuttle up? Because they're both so strong overhead, aren't they? But it's getting that opportunity and how to expose each other. Seems a very tough sort of lock to pick.
Yeah.
Axelsen, so secure all round.
I had it in my own mind that if Kukal was going to win this match, he had to win in 2. And I think the physicality of Kukal, he's a very solid athlete, but stamina-wise, I think there may be not as strong as Axelsen.
Hot 1, 20 seconds.
Tall. I didn't like that at all.
Is that an ankle roll?
Oh. And even Victor Axelsen is calling for the tournament doctor. I really didn't like that. Was that the Achilles? Oh, no. No, it's not an Achilles. That's all right. He wouldn't be able to stand if it was an Achilles.
No, I think it was an ankle roll, and I think he managed to get off it pretty quickly, and that's great, because all he's got to do is keep moving around, and hopefully he'll be okay. But, you know, it just depends. Some of those ankle injuries can be really acute, can't they? I think he's all right.
Oof. Yes, you're right.
Thank
that
heavens.
was ankle. That was ankle. Oh, dear me. When you think of all the trouble he's overcome in his life.
Service over. 2-1.
This is extremely resilient and characterful.
Yeah, he's an amazing person. And he...
Very accurate throw, wasn't it? A long throw as well.
Play.
so quick to get around that. That looked to most mere mortals to be a backhand smash, but Axelsen just saw it early and took some long, languid paces to get around it on the forehand here. Look at that round arm smash. What a finish. Very difficult man to get off balance.
Yeah, that's good judgment.
Service over. 2-4. Play.
That's a pity.
Service over. 5-2.
Well, that's pressure, I guess. Trailing a game. Couple of points down. Now it's 3. Up against it, Kukal. Axelsen starting to accelerate away and really showing us his quality right now. Very, very solid and front running well as well. Still a lot of badminton to be played in this match, of course.
Service over. 3-6.
Good lead.
4-6.
Very strong clear, wasn't it? Just wide.
Unbelievable. That is unbelievable. What a shot from Victor Axelsen.
That response just had so much racket head speed on it. Look at this, his body's spilling backwards. And the sheer snap from the wrist and the pace through that was just remarkable.
Victor's playing everything flat at the moment. He's either going back to the net, or if he's been given a lift, he's hitting down, or he's driving it. He's not lifting the shuttle at all. There we go, downward direction. Back to the net. Down again. Clever. He knows about the drift. He doesn't want to risk hitting the shuttle wrong.
Yes, that explains it. Very astute, these top players, in terms of everything, the conditions around them, ever alert to very subtle changes. Kukal then trailing by 5 points in the second game and the loss of the first game as well, so very much up against it now as Victor Axelsen, the 7th seed, really is finding his range and settling into the tournament, you feel.
Yeah, he wasn't ready. Again, not lifting. That is just incredible control from low down from Axelsen.
Yeah. Such strength and poise here. Kukal's shot wasn't, well, that wasn't a great response, sat up too high, but...
Yeah, unfortunately, we didn't see the one that I was really talking about.
Yes.
It was prior to that.
Beautiful, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Literally about a centimetre over the net, if that.
Again, he's, you know, without a drift, I'm pretty certain Victor Axelsen would have lifted that last shot instead of trying to play a cross-court net shot. But he's obviously said to himself, I'm just not lifting. You know, virtually everything is back to the net or in a downward direction. Yeah.
Thunderous pace overhead again. So much up there and so much on the backhand side as well, Jill. So much heat you can generate off both sides overhead.
It's a clever smash, a good use of the body smash. In singles, there's such a tendency to hit down the sidelines because you want to try and outmaneuver your opponent. And just occasionally, you need to just mix it up. And that body smash is very, very effective.
So, 6 points adrift. Kukal now plenty to ponder on this mid-game interval. He's acquitted himself well. He's not played badly at all. He had the sort of upset of that lunging ankle roll just earlier, but he seems to have recovered fine.
11-5.
Well, he lists one of his idols as Emil Zatopek. Well, of course, he won gold in the 5,000, 10,000 and marathon in the Helsinki Olympics. So, you know, fellow, well, of course, it was Czechoslovakia in those days, but a fellow Czech, and, you know, that determination just to keep going and keep going, and I'm sure that sort of attitude shown by Emil Zatopek, track and field athlete, is coming through with Kukal. I like it when there's athletes from one sport look up to an athlete from another sport and former greats from your own country. I think that's nice.
I do as well, and I think as well, you know, if he's the top player in the Czech Republic, then it's nice that he has, you know, somebody else, almost like a mentor figure, isn't it? It really does help. But I think as well, the persistence is terrific. Challenge was successful. Just clipping the line there.
6-11. Victor, 1 challenge remaining. Play.
Yeah, she wasn't awfully clear that a challenge had been made, or maybe I was just not paying attention enough. That's probably what the problem was. They've been wittering on about Emil Zatopek.
Just set up from a great return from Kukal, wasn't it?
But what's interesting, Kukal has now realised that Axelsen is not lifting everything. Everything is coming back towards the net. So look how far he stepped forward to defend that one and how early he took it. And again, Victor needs to start mixing it up a bit more. Yeah, that's nice. It's wonderful to see how players, you know, you're talking about their tactics and being so astute. One starts playing one way tactically, the opponent counteracts it, so then they change it up again. It's almost like a very physical game of chess.
Certainly don't want to be clearing too much to this man in black. Phenomenal power overhead off both sides. It's really quite fearsome. Yeah.
More to me, though, is his angle and placement rather than power. I think that's what does the damage. You know, it's fascinating to me. I've thoroughly enjoyed recently watching Wimbledon tennis. And, you know, the number of players that are hitting aces with not the fastest serves. You know, a Federer, it's his placement. You know, and I'm watching Axelsen now and I'm thinking, yeah, it is a powerful smash, just as Federer's serve is powerful, but it's not the most powerful. It's where he places it, the angle, and the mixing up. It's super.
Irrespective of the score, we've been treated to some really good points throughout.
Yeah, it's been a good match. I'm enjoying this.
And I'm enjoying seeing the tactical nuances as well, the way that Kukal has sort of closed the net, as you say, because Axelsen's playing very flat. Oh. Oh, Jill, I see what you mean. It's very evident, isn't it? The angles, the subtleties, the touch of the big man really complements the fact then that his opponent has to clear a lot as well, and then comes that destructive smash.
There's the block across court, and then immediately, having played to Kukal's forehand side, then goes for the winner down his backhand side, always making Kukal twist and turn. That was very confident judgment, wasn't it?
Yeah, I thought that. He didn't even look at the shuttle land, did he? And again, another one. Ripped feathers. Needs replacing. So 7 points between them in this game. Axelsen with a firm grip on this first round men's singles encounter now. You feel a lot of work to do for this man in red.
It's an accurate return of serve, but spin and tumble on that next shot as well. Look at that. Look at that spin. Yeah, again, there's you know, he brushes across the feathers of the shuttle there. Looks as if he's going to play cross court, but by the reversed slice on that just keeps it straight. So clever.
That's one thing that's been standout from this man in black, the very few unforced errors that he's given away.
Yeah.
So solid in every department of his game.
19, 10.
And he has the walk of a winner, the poise of a winner. Thunderous again, and gets his weight coming forward as well, as if to say, if you get it back, I'm going to close this net down anyhow. So that brings up 10 match points for Viktor Axelsen, the 7th seed. Body blow, but respectfully the hand held aloft as if to apologise from Kukal. Saved one of them, still 9 more to defend. Well, a match played in good spirit, but in the end, it's all Viktor Axelsen, 21-14, 21-11, with a very assured performance in this first round men's singles match.
21-14, 21-11.
So that goes down as a comfortable passage then through to a berth in round 2 for Viktor Axelsen. After just over half an hour, he puts this match to bed, 21-14, 21-11. And that is our last match this evening, our 15th match concluded. So there's the results then. I can just bring you the men's doubles that we brought you. 2 men's doubles indeed, back-to-back. A men's singles win for Kento Momota, the 4th seed against Domka. What a win that was in straight games. And then we saw Fanetri come through. Reasonably comfortable passage against the young Dutch player, Eichbergen. And then Viktor Axelsen, the 7th seed against Peter Kukal in straight games. A really nice way to round up day 1. So that's the results of the day then. Having watched those players come through, and of course the upset of the day, which we didn't show you on that graphic, was the 6th seed Tien losing. So it's been a great opening day's play. Same time tomorrow, more first round action from all of us here in Jakarta.